Hello and welcome to the Shea Hates Everything podcast, where two brothers argue about video games and other shit that matters. My name is Shea, and today I hate multiple birthday parties on the same day.
And my name is Kyle, and today I hate mowing the lawn.
Both extremely adult activities that we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Although I guess you could mow the lawn when you're a kid, but it's your own lawn.
Correct.
That's part of what makes it worse.
Yeah,
when you're a kid, it's just a chore.
Yeah, I also there is a story that goes along with this that happened today because I was mowing my lawn today, and I want to start off by saying I really like mowing the lawn. I got a new lawnmower. I got a DeWalt electric lawnmower because all of my tools are DeWalt, and I can use batteries and charge them and stuff. Sure. And my gas lawnmower went kaput, and I was thinking about doing an electric lawnmower for a while, and it's all right, well, now's the time, pull the trigger, do the thing, and it's been awesome. I freaking love that thing. It's great. Today, while I was mowing the lawn, and I will do my best not to be graphic in any way, but it is a horrible thing that happened.
No. I
am fine. My dog is fine. My partner is fine. Everybody's fine, except for we have rabbits that live under our shed and under our deck, and Roscoe likes to chase them around a lot. I had just mowed a week ago, and I have a little separate section in my backyard that's fenced off with an extra gate or whatever for some reason. And so I was mowing there to kind of finish off the lawn, and I saw what I thought was a thick thing of spider webs in the grass. Mm-hmm. And so I was just mowing. Again, mowed a week ago. That was not there. And I was just doing my normal path because it's spider webs, whatever. So I mowed and kind of clipped the edge of it. And I will not describe in great detail. However, a baby rabbit comes running out of, attempts to be running out of this thing. Which I then realize is a collection of rabbit fur that had been built into a cocoon for 4 baby rabbits out in the open in the middle of the yard, which I thought was weird. But apparently they do that. This particular baby rabbit was injured to a degree that would not be survivable. And it was one of the worst things I've ever seen with my 2 eyes. And I was
and
then...
now you're telling all of us about it.
Yes. I was then put in the position today to have to put that rabbit out of its misery myself. Because I know there are people you can call to take care of that for you. But this thing was clearly... It was in a very bad way. And I needed to mercy kill it. I have never done that for an animal.
This is all extremely upsetting.
Yes. I will not describe it in any more detail. You've
described it in far greater detail. You know what? The right amount of detail. The right amount of detail is none. The right amount of detail is never bringing this up and taking it to your grave and not burdening another single human soul with this knowledge. Well, that's the right amount of detail.
Look, I'm going to therapy now, and a big thing about that is just being able to talk to people about things.
Well, then, hey, you already have someone who you are paying to have listened to this kind of
shit. No, so I guess just watch where you're mowing. The other 3 baby rabbits are fine. I got them out of my yard, and they are okay. The other one is not. And that fucking was a bad part of my day today.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that.
That's why today I hate mowing the lawn. Normally I like it a lot.
So this is a perfect example. I hate at work every single conversation you have with anyone. How's it going? How's your day? What's going on? All that kind of shit. And no one ever has real answers. How are you? And so I always try to give real answers where I'll pause. If someone asks me how I am, I'll be actually, you know what? I'm feeling my back hurts, but I'm doing okay. I'll actually think about it and give a real answer. And it always disarms people.
Right.
This is the perfect example of why people don't do that. Because no one, if anyone, like tomorrow or like Monday when you're at work and a coworker's like, hey, how was your weekend? This is the exact reason why you are just supposed to be like, oh yeah, it was good. How are you? And not actually tell them about your weekend. Because when you tell them about your weekend, you tell them this fucking story and then they want to die.
I'm going to tell my therapist that you tell me not to talk to people.
I'm telling you not to tell this story to people.
Well, it's recorded, and it's going to be live on the air, baby.
I had a similar experience, although I was the hero in this story, unlike you, the villain, clearly.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Where
that makes me feel really good.
I was mowing the backyard, and this bird kept, like, diving in front of me. And I was like, dude, leave me alone. And then I realized right at the last second that a baby bird was on the ground right in front of me.
Oh, jeez.
And it was like the mom or the dad bird that was trying to, protect it and save me. So I had like my big, outdoor work gloves on. So I just like gently got it. And the bird kept like flying real close to me. But I gently kind of like scooted it over to the side in the back where the mulch was and just, went about my business, grateful that what happened to you didn't happen to me. And then as I was packing up, the mom bird or whatever came down and like was sitting next to the little baby bird, and they were all like chilling out. And I was like, yeah, dude, I'm a hero. I just saved that bird from a horrible, horrible fate.
Yeah, that's a good point. Where were the mom and dad? Huh?
You had already
They left
run over
them in the middle of the yard.
You ran over them last week.
Oh, fuck.
No,
so
but
tell me about your multiple birthday parties.
I had an equally horrible day because we had 2 birthdays to go to today, both at the same time. One of them was for my daughter, who is in like a preschool kind of program for one of her friends at her preschool. The other birthday was for one of my wife's friends. Their son just turned 1. And so we had to divide and conquer. And I took my daughter to the 4-year-old birthday party.
Okay.
And my wife took our son to the 1-year-old birthday party, and she got to go like hang out with her friends at a 1-year-old's birthday party. I got to go with a bunch of people that I don't know. Like, I know all of her classmates' names. I have met those parents like one time, and it was at my daughter's birthday party a month ago.
Okay.
I've got nothing negative to say about the adults that were there. It's just that horrible, awkward situation where like it's mostly moms. I think there were 2 other dads there. It's mostly moms because they're the ones that go to these things, which I do not agree with. I always want to go to these things. I just want to go to them also with my wife so that I'm not alone, just like she would prefer me to go so that she isn't alone. Right. But again, if it's a big group of moms, it's easier for the mom to talk to the other moms, not as easy for me to walk up to a group of 5 women who are all talking and be like, hey, how's it going? And it was very awkward and painful, and it was like 2 hours of me standing and being extremely awkward and quiet and occasionally pulling out my phone to text my wife about how angry I was at her for making me go to this thing by myself. So,
that's good.
So basically, equally bad days is what I'm saying here.
Yeah, that's the same.
Well, awesome. Happy May, everyone. I wrote on my calendar. We're recording this on the 29th of April. I wrote on my calendar for tomorrow the "It's Gonna Be May" joke. We can't technically make that joke in reality because you're listening to this when it already is May.
Well, no, it's gonna be. It's gonna be May.
For us right now, in the past of when you're listening to this, it is gonna be May.
Right.
But for those that are listening to it in real time, it's May. So, happy May. We are very excited to be here with you yet again.
We should say May a few more times so that it like loses all meaning. It doesn't sound like a word anymore.
May.
May.
We probably will not be going for close to 6 hours on this podcast, but who the hell knows? Y'all are looking at the timeline here. I doubt it's 6 hours, but if it is, you're welcome. And if it isn't, you're more welcome. But we do have a ton of stuff.
We get paid by the minute, So
yeah, clearly it's like those. It's like your senior high school, your last essay where you're just trying to make it as long as possible because you have like it needs to be 5,000 words. And so you don't use any contractions. Like you're in this, the thesaurus pulling out complex synonym words that you can use. That's what this is like. We're killing audio time with words, basically. And we're very efficient. I will never shut up unless someone tells me to. And you're being really silent on purpose to drag this out and make it awkward. And it's working. So thanks for that.
I'm just thinking about that baby rabbit. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
So we do have a lot to cover today. Quick run through the agenda. We're going to start our video game talk with our April Game Club game. As a reminder for any of our new listeners, every month, Kyle and I pick a game that we both agree to play so that we can talk about it on the next podcast. We have very similar tastes in games, but also very different tastes in games.
Yeah.
And so there have been times in the past where we come to this podcast and we're like, oh shit, you played 4 games, I played 4 games, none of them are the same. And that makes it a little harder to have like a meaningful conversation about everything.
Right.
So this way we always pick a game that we're both going to play. This happened to be a multiplayer game. We played Minecraft Legends, so you and I played that together. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then the rest of the games, some of which we're both familiar with, others we are not. Hogwarts Legacy, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which I started last night. Hell yeah. Dead Island 2, Vampire Survivors, Terra Nil, Dredge, which I'm very excited to hear you talk about. I played some Wolfenstein, The New Order, for reasons. I played some Pokemon Masters for reasons. And then Mandalorian wrapped up, and I grinded through the whole thing in the last week, so we can talk about that in totality. And then Spaceballs. I'm going to talk about Spaceballs because it was my birthday in April, and my wife asked me what I wanted to do. She had never seen the whole movie, and I said, we're watching Spaceballs. So we're going to talk a little bit about Spaceballs.
Hell yeah.
And then we got the news. We're going to talk some recent updates to the whole Microsoft Activision buyout thing, which continues to be complicated and frustrating. A rumored PlayStation handheld, and then a handful of video game announcements and delays, some new stuff, some delayed stuff, and then some Star Wars stuff at the end of the news section. And then we have a new game that we are doing the first run through of this month.
It's a podcast game. Look, you got to be clear.
Game.
We talk about a lot of video games. This is a podcast game.
Yes,
that is about video games.
Game. That's correct. It's probably not something we'll do like every month, but we'll come back to it. We're calling it We'll Probably Hate That Game. I'll wait to reveal what the game is until we get there, but We'll Probably Hate That Game is the name of the game. And then we'll talk through some May game releases. We will reveal our May Game Club game in case any of you want to play along with us. And then we're wrapping up some emails. So like I said, it's still pretty jam-packed, but we're going to do it. It's going to be great.
Hell yeah.
How about we dive in? What do you say? I'm like a back handspring, kind of like into a twist, minimal splash, just like super professional dive in.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. You don't know anything about diving.
I don't. I was trying to keep up, and I had no words.
I don't know anything about diving either.
The diving board.
Michael Phelps. Nope, he wasn't even a diver. That's really ironic. He wasn't even a diver.
Anyways.
All right, let's talk about some Minecraft Legends. So here's the thing about Minecraft Legends. You and I played together for 2-ish hours, hour and a half.
It was a couple hours, yeah.
And we just didn't get that much out of it.
Yeah, we love it.
We didn't. I mean, we played through kind of like the first major story. They do
quest kind of a thing.
Yeah, first major quest is a good way of putting it because it's a pretty long tutorial, and then we played like the first big mission after the tutorial.
Right.
And then after the tutorial, it just kind of opens you up to the world and gives you like a dozen different bases to take down, and we did one of those, and we're like, yeah, I think we're good. I fully had intended to go back to it and play a little solo before the podcast, and then I decided to watch Mandalorian, and then Star Wars Jedi Survivor came out, so I didn't do that. I might go back to it still, just for like one more go, just to see if there's more with another hour or so of play, but I guess how would you describe this game? Because I
So,
feel like there's
yeah.
been a lot of confusion and like misdirection on what the hell this actually is.
Yeah, one of the things that surprised me the most that I didn't realize going into it was that it all takes place on one large map that is procedurally generated. That I didn't realize, because typically with like more of an RTS type experience, it's kind of like map based and you're going through levels and they're like scenarios that you're playing through, kind of a thing. This is like an open world that you are running through, collecting resources, heading to waypoints and taking on small bases and small fights and stuff along the way. So at its core, it is a blend of a third-person action game and a real-time strategy game where you are controlling a character on horseback and you are running around. You can attack with your sword. You can rally nearby troops to you and they will follow you, sort of like a Pikmin type game, and then you can like send them out to do things. But it doesn't have. It is a very simplified version of the real-time strategy genre in that way, and it doesn't have a lot of the user experience, like the nice to haves that those genres have. Like there are a lot of different types of units that you can generate using some
not
of your
a lot.
resources.
There aren't a lot.
There are several. And you
I think
can
there
also
were 4 thus far that we had unlocked.
Yeah, but there are more as you go along. And you can pick up kind of out in the world. There are like zombies and skeletons, your normal Minecraft mobs. You can also like enlist their help in fighting against the piglins, who are the main villains. But you cannot pick and choose which units you would like to direct to do things. It's just all or nothing kind of a thing. So like that's the thing that a lot of RTSs have, is like pick which kinds of units you want to send to do a thing, or separate them out so you can be a little more strategic about like battle formations and things like that. This doesn't really have that capability built into it because it is kind of a simplification of that genre. And so I think that's at the core, the thing that I think is wrong with it is that it is too simple, and it feels like a lot of the options and the things that you can do are unnecessary, because the game, you can kind of just win the game without a lot of effort.
Yeah, there isn't a ton of strategy needed. Like the biggest hill to climb is connecting the areas, because like a lot of the enemy bases will be up on platforms,
right?
So you like need to build a bridge so your guys can get to them. That's really the only strategy that you need.
Yeah,
there's no real thought into the makeup of your unit types, because like while some of them are more focused on taking down mobs and other ones are more focused on taking down the bases, it all just becomes a bit of a cluster. And because you can't easily control each unit type individually, it just becomes a mess where you're just you rally all of them and then you point it to the arrow base that the enemies are shooting at you, and then they do that and you rally them all to you and then you shoot them all at the spawner, and that's just kind of the process.
Yeah,
and
that was another frustration, is once you give a group an order, you have to re-rally them in order to give them another order. It does not retain the memory of which troops you had rallied to you or selected.
Which, even to rally them, you need to run up next to them and do it like in a little circle around you. You can't just, wherever you are on the battlefield, rally them to you.
Right.
Which I don't know if that's just a gameplay limitation and the design or what, or if that was intentional, but it's not awesome. I think, like, in totality, it's kind of like baby's first strategy RPG, where I think it's a good mix of the tactical RPG stuff and the little bit of base building, because at certain points the piglins will attack local villages and you can build walls and archer posts and stuff to defend them. And then there's that more the action RPG style where you are also a unit on the battlefield and you are a hero unit. You are way more powerful than everything else. And so like the combination of those three things, I think, is a good idea, and even a good idea to make a simple, approachable version of all three of those game genres mapped together. It's just, even if you look at this as like more of a kids focused game, there's too much repetition built into the gameplay. That
Right.
even if like the more simplified, where like you have a limited number of unit types, a limited number of things you can build, you are very powerful on the battlefield. Even if you take all of that at face value, it's still like, do I really want to go after the same kind of base 30 times on this
Right.
map? That just doesn't seem very fun. And
Right.
then like you can always rerun it and it completely randomly generates the next map for the next, story that you want to go through, but it's still the same basic gameplay that you're going after.
Yeah.
I would say in terms of like it being more of a kid's game, would it work? I personally, and feel free to disagree, I like the visual style and the vibe of the game. Like there are these sort of like godlike creatures that give you the powers that sort of interject throughout the story, and there's some sense of humor with the piglin stuff and their bosses and like their leaders being really over the top, and that stuff I
think
really
all of
enjoy.
that works.
Yeah, I mean, in it's got that voxel based look, but because it's so pulled out, like you aren't destroying any of the environment the way that you do in traditional Minecraft, but it's all that very blocky, very colorful sort of look, and
I would say
I find that appealing.
My issue with the aesthetic is they're doing a lot of cell shading,
right?
But I find that the way in which they do that, it kind of smooths out a lot of the blockiness and it just makes it look weird. I guess as someone who spends a lot of time playing Minecraft,
you're not seeing so much of the edges the way that you do in Minecraft,
right? And so that it's just a little strange, and it's inconsistent as well. Like some things are very polygonal and some things are not. Some things follow that blocky aesthetic and some things don't. Like they're really kind of playing fast and loose with the aesthetic in a way that I just feel like it doesn't feel cohesive.
The visual clarity isn't great either.
Right.
Like I even remember, because you get the power-ups to absorb all these different types of materials, but you have these little, what were they called? They reminded me of the little stars from Super Mario Galaxy. But yeah, where they kind of like take down the trees and the mountains and all that stuff to get your stone and your wood.
Yeah.
And you can get redstone and iron and coal and all that good stuff. But I found it visually hard to see that stuff at times.
Right.
And I think it's partially just because of the field of view and how far pulled out it is, and the size of the voxel blocks are so small relative to how far away the camera is, that stuff becomes a little tedious. And the same goes for like when you're trying to build a ramp, for example. It's just hard to see the connection points between the two things because it's sort of like auto locks, right? Like on a, you want to build a bridge and it starts you at one point and it auto locks to a particular aspect of the map that you can move around, and then the other part auto locks, and it's just hard to actually see where it's going and like how it's going to lock together.
I think in terms of the resources, it needs a ping. Like a resource ping. Like,
sure, where it highlights stuff.
Yeah, search for nearby coal nodes, and it pings out, and it blips up on your map or something like Satisfactory has. Something like that, I think, would be a good user experience addition, especially for younger players. Because, like, you play for a little bit, and you go, oh, okay, so the coal and iron are in the forest biomes, the redstone is in the swampy biome, the diamonds are up in the snowy biome, like, yada, yada. Like, you kind of figure out where they are after a while, but the game doesn't tell you that. And I feel like if it's aimed at a younger audience, something that would allow you, so that you don't have to spend time running around looking for them, just ping it, go get the thing, set up your allays to gather the resource, and then off to your next thing. Because just running around searching for a node is not fun.
Sure.
And it pads out the experience. And again, those are resources that you're using to build the different kinds of units that you unlock.
Right.
So,
yeah, I mean, given that it's on Game Pass, I don't see, like, I wouldn't steer someone away from trying it out. I would just say that, like, it what you see is what you get with the gameplay loop, and there just isn't nearly enough there to, like, make me feel like this is something I could sink hours into.
Yeah.
I mean, I get, it sounds like they're going to be supporting it with, like, live service content after the fact. And
I mean, we'll see how successful it is.
I feel like I never heard anyone talk about Minecraft Dungeons, but I guess that game was like pretty successful. So it's hard to tell. Like the Minecraft audience, because they tend to be younger, they can be far more rabid about that IP.
True.
And, you don't see them talking about it on Twitter or on Reddit or whatever because they are
we don't share the same social circles. So, well, we should not.
Right. So that's Minecraft Legends. It's pretty I may try to go back to it one more time just to check out a little bit more of what it has, but there just isn't a ton of depth there. All right. Moving on. Let me talk about some Hogwarts Legacy.
Okay.
Because I finished the game, freaking finally. I was like right at 50 hours, which is too much.
Does sound like too much.
It's way too much. I put way too much time into this game to the point where like a lot of the main story stuff and just because it wouldn't even switch up gameplay significantly, but like I at least was like in different environments doing something for a reason that felt better. But like I did so many of the side quests and it just wasn't worth it.
Right.
And it just became one of those games that was an easy escape where like I wasn't ready to sign up to start something else. And so like, I'll play some more friggin' Hogwarts Legacy. Why not? But I'm very glad to be done with it. I think playing so much of it significantly harmed my overall enjoyment with the game because I liked it. It was fun. It's just that, and I talked about this last month, like the first half of the game is so much better than the back half because in the first half of the game, you're mostly in Hogwarts.
Right.
And then the back half of the game, you're mostly going around into the wilderness and doing random bullshit. There were like two specific missions or like storyline side quest things that like really stood out that were like, holy crap. Like you could just tell that more care and attention was paid to these than a lot of other things.
Yeah.
Because the main story, like it just did nothing for me. It was extremely predictable. It just didn't really go anywhere. The final boss fight was like super underwhelming. But there is... I did think I talked about the Unforgivable Curses last episode, but I finished that arc, and so I got, Cruciatus and Imperius Curse, and then I got Avada Kedavra just shortly before the end of the game, which I think is intentional. They don't give it to you until you're almost done with the story.
Right.
But, here's some spoilers for the game, but you're working with one of your Slytherin classmates because his sister has some kind of, like, rare curse that he thinks the goblins gave her, so he hates goblins. Because everyone's friggin' racist in this universe against someone or the other.
Right.
But he hates goblins, and so you're kind of going through trying to discover this dark magic cure for this curse that she's got. And throughout the process, you're learning the unforgivable curses because it was Salazar Slytherin who is teaching you this like dark magic stuff to try to save her. His like books and whatnot that you're reading.
Okay.
And in the last mission where you get Avada Kedavra, the dude Sebastian is his name. He's like right at the edge of getting this dark magic thing to help save her. And then his uncle, a former Auror, busts in, who's been all over Sebastian because, Sebastian's parents muddled with the dark arts and they ended up dying because of it. And he's an Auror. And so he's like, I'm not going to let you do all this dark shit. You're going to ruin your sister's life and she's going to die anyway. And then Sebastian fucking kills him. He fucking Avada Kedavras him in the face and you watch it happen. And I was like, oh my gosh. Like it was such a like out of nowhere. Granted, this is all Unforgivable Curse. It's dark magic, but something about it was so aggressive to watch him just murder his uncle in front of you. Damn. It just really took me back. It took me, out of the moment. And the way it resolves is you can kind of make a choice on what you want to do. If you want to be like...
With like some kind of experience you've had in life. Like, it reminds me of when I killed my uncle.
Yeah. I never tell you about that. We had an uncle, Luke.
No longer with I remember you used to tell me about the other brother that didn't exist.
Yeah, our brother Chris, who choked on mom's meatloaf, and that's why she never made meatloaf. Yep.
Exactly. Yep.
Pathological liar. Thank you very much. No, but... yeah, it really took me like aback when it happened, and then you get to choose what to do after the fact because there's another dude. He's a descendant of the Gaunts, so he's the one who has a direct line to Slytherin. That's been like, very begrudgingly giving you the information you need to find all this stuff. Because throughout the whole storyline, like, I wanted to see the story. And I wanted to get the unforgivable curses because it's a video game. And yes, I want to torture some like dark wizards. That sounds dope. I want to use Imperius on a spider and have it kill the other spiders. But like the game makes it clear, like, you're doing a bad thing by doing this because duh. And so like throughout the course of the story to Sebastian, I was always like, dude, I got your back. I totally know what you're going through here. Like, you know, we're doing this for your sister. We're going to save her life. You know, the ends justify the means, all that kind of stuff. And then as soon as he leaves, when I'm talking to the other guy, I'm like, dude, Sebastian is not cool. Like, what he's doing is not good. Like, I'm totally playing both sides. Yeah. And so, like, after Sebastian at the end kills his uncle, we come out of the cave because he runs out of there. And I confront him. I'm like, yo, what just happened? Because he learned the dark magic and he was basically like controlling the Inferi, the like zombie fire people.
Right.
And he like, they got too powerful and were trying to take him over. And so we were running away. And he's like, hey, you know, I sucks that it came to this, but I did the right thing, right? Like Anne was going to die because he wasn't going to help her. And now I can save Anne. I did the right thing, right? And I'm like, yeah, totally, man. Absolutely. And he's like, I could teach you Avada Kedavra if you want. And I'm like, you know, he's like, I don't want, we should never use this again, but you never know. Like, what do you think? And I'm like, oof, that's so tough. Yeah. I mean, it's such a dark power. Like, it absolutely should never be used. But yeah, dude, fucking tell me what it is. Like, teach me what it is. Absolutely. And so then I'm talking to him and I'm like, hey, man, I got your back. Don't worry about it. We'll get over this. You know, you're my buddy. And then he leaves. And then the Gaunt kid comes in and he's like, dude, what just happened? I just got out of there. I was chasing you guys and I saw this happen. Like, what are we going to do? I feel like we need to turn him in. He murdered someone. I'm like, I know. We absolutely, like, you know, it sucks. It sucks. He's our friend. He did what he thought he had to do, but absolutely, I mean, he needs to pay. He needs consequences for his actions. And so, like, you don't see the resolution to it, but he mentions later, like, yeah, dude, he got, like, taken to Azkaban. He's being put on trial for murder. And you're like, good. You know what? Yeah. He absolutely, it sucks, but he needs to pay for the bad thing that he did that, you know, I encouraged him to do and also learned from him. So I felt real bad after that storyline, but I wanted the spells. It's a video game. I wanted to use them.
That's fucked up.
And they are fun because basically you can use some of the spells, you can add an element or you can use Cruciatus and it like curses the enemy where they have this kind of like green X through them after the fact. And they take extra damage when an enemy is cursed. And you can buy a power-up for Avada Kedavra that whenever you kill someone with Avada Kedavra, it also kills anyone that is cursed.
Oh,
so like
Jesus.
I would run into, you know, a combat scenario where I was always crazy overpowered anyway, but I would run into a combat scenario, use Cruciatus on somebody, spread the curse to everybody else, and then kill one of the people, and then fucking everybody would die.
Oh my God.
And I felt like it was a really like a superhero power moment until you realize that you're like using dark magic and murdering everybody. So
and you belong in Azkaban.
Yeah, but I will say like that I think was the best actual storyline in the game because it was extremely mature and like actual conflict between characters. I just happened to take the like shitty person route of playing both sides.
That's like this game's Bloody Baron quest.
Totally. Absolutely, yes.
Huh.
And then there was another quest that I found completely by accident where I was just in a town or like one of the little villages. I went in a house and then I'm trying to remember exactly how it happened. Oh, no, that isn't what it was. I came across a house elf and she was like, yo, my master is selling her shop. Are you interested in buying the shop? And I was like, maybe, like, what's the deal? She's like, yeah, you know, buy the shop. I'll be your house elf. I'll run everything for you. You'll make money. You can sell me your stuff when you don't want it. I was like, yeah, dude, absolutely. It's some passive income. That sounds cool. She's like, yeah, just go talk to my master and you can buy it. And so I go and talk to her and she's being super shady. And immediately I was like, oh, this is Like, they're going to scam me or something. But I wanted it reminded me, did you do that mission in Cyberpunk 2077 with the dude's like, hey, I'll give you like this cool dream sequence?
Yes.
It felt like that, where I was like, these people,
right.
I'm going to like lose a kidney, a friggin' magic kidney. But like, I want to see it because that sounds like a fun storyline. So I'm just going to go through with it anyway. And she's like, yeah, so all you need to do, it's only 1,500 galleons. Super cheap price. No worries. Just, can you, like, go get, like, my husband's cufflinks are in the closet in the shop. Can you just, like, go get those? And then we'll, like, settle up and it'll all be cool. I'm like, yeah, okay, I guess
like,
I can go
okay,
get your
weird ask,
cufflinks
but
or whatever.
Sure.
And so I go into the closet area, and there's like a big chest, and I open up the chest to get the cufflinks or whatever it was, and then I get sucked into the chest. I'm like, okay, here we go. This is the thing. And then the whole thing turns into this like extremely effective psychological horror game where like you're using magic to solve puzzles, which the puzzles are basically like you use Accio to grab a lantern and you put it in somewhere else, and it changes the way the room is structured. Like it'll rotate the room like Control style in the the cigarette maze.
Right, yeah.
Like it'll rotate it so you can progress, or like it'll build a floor so you can get through. But like the whole thing is extremely freaking scary, and it's like you're in this really run down looking mansion with this giant library, and then you're like in a courtyard, and it has a whole thing where it's like pitch black, and so you're using Lumos, where when you get in there you just see a bunch of mannequins sitting there. And I immediately knew what was gonna happen, and it still scared me, where you turn on Accio and you walk past the mannequins, and then you come up on a wall, and then you turn around, and then the mannequins are in a different position.
Right.
And it was very scary, and then the mannequins come to life and they try to murder you, and the whole thing is like it's this ghost who he tortures people for fun psychologically, and then they go crazy, and that's the end of it. And so this chick is like his servant, and so she keeps tricking people into going there so this ghost can psychologically torture them for funsies. And so you end up fighting the ghost, you beat him, and he's like, hey, I'll let you out of here if you allow me to still torture people just like a tiny bit, or like just like give me 1 hour a day to escape and torture people. And so you're like, yeah, fine. All right, you can come out of the box and you can torture people, but only after 9 p.m. during the week, because then the shop will be closed. And so you kind of trick him into being like, oh yeah, cool, I can escape, but there's never going to be anybody there. But then after you beat it, you actually do. You own the store. You can go sell your stuff there, and you make a little bit of extra galleons when you sell it. But like,
what happens if you're there during the week after 9 p.m.?
You know what? I haven't tried to do that, I don't believe. Or I'm sure I have been there at night and nothing happened.
Well, that sucks. It'd be funny if you got sucked back in.
That would be funny, actually. But then, like, once you break out and you realize that this chick is doing this to everybody, you go confront her with one of the, wizard police and take her down. And all
off to Azkaban for you.
Yeah, exactly. But you get the shop, and
police state
house elf is cute, and her name is Penny, which is my daughter's name, and it's very cute. But it was just like that. That quest came out of nowhere, and it was horrifying. So props to whoever
I wish
came up
the
with
game
that.
was just packed full of that stuff. I understand
dude.
why it probably can't be just like,
but it could have.
But
if they
you're
made
right. It could have.
If the scope had been changed, so it was just a quote unquote open world game just at Hogwarts with some missions that take you other places, it absolutely could have been that. I mean, the game was already chock full of tons of discoverability in the castle, but they could have had things like this on top of that. That would have been amazing.
Yeah.
Instead of littering everything with like random dungeons to get a bunch of green gear that you don't need.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, those two storylines were both amazing, and then pretty much everything else in the game was like middling to not great. But the first half and just being in Hogwarts was worth it just for that. I should have been smarter, and I should have mainlined the quests in the back half of the game. It is what it is.
Yeah.
All right. Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Tell me
I
about
just
it.
started this last night. I played, 2.5 hours ish, so I'm still like pretty early on. I played through sort of the intro. It's very similar to the first game and how it starts, in that like you have a whole section that's far more linear at the beginning, and this takes place on Coruscant, that kind of like, it reintroduces you to the gameplay elements, some of the characters, sets up like the main kind of conflict, and then you get out, and that's where like the game actually opens up into what it is. So I'm on the next planet, and I had read and seen that the open spaces were, many of them were much larger. Because in the first game, it was what? It was like 3, maybe 4 worlds that were all big-ish, but very linearly designed through like a bunch of corridors. There weren't huge open spaces so much that you were exploring. Immediately on this first world, it's this huge open space. And there are little offshoots that you can go into. A lot of them are locked, and I'm sure I need other powers or keys or whatever, but huge open spaces. And frankly, like, was feeling very overwhelmed.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you spent a lot of time in Hogwarts, in the big open space.
Well, yeah, that's true. But it was more like, that just isn't really what I'm looking for out of Star Wars.
Right.
Like, I'm here for the combat and the story and the characters, not to like, and the other part of it is, which was a flaw in the first game, is that like the shit that you're finding, like the reason that you're exploring is just cosmetics. And a lot of cosmetics are cool. And being able, like, the lightsaber, there's like 6 different individual components that you can customize. Not only the type of what it is, but also the shininess of it, whether or not it's new or old, the color of everything. Obviously, you can change the blade color from like 12 different colors. All of that is super sick. Tons of customization for Cal as well. Way more than in the first game. Like, he has different types of outfits as well as different colors. You can give him a beard. You can change his hairstyle. But, like, you're unlocking a hairstyle out of a crate that you found in this, like, hidden area.
Off.
It's weird.
Fuck
it's
off.
Weird. I prefer that to Hogwarts Legacy's approach, where I go through this thing and then I find, like, a green hat that is way worse than the hat I'm already wearing, and it isn't even a new type of cosmetic because I already have that ability to transmog into that thing. Like,
yeah,
so it literally is wasted time.
It's still just such a boring fucking reward. Like, oh,
no, I agree.
A cosmetic that I should have had access to when I design a character at the beginning of the game, like every other game fucking does.
No, I like the... Because, like, it gives me an excuse to change my look every time I go to a workbench. And that I like. Because, like, I want to put on the new thing I just got. But the idea that I'm unlocking cosmetics and that's all I'm unlocking, that isn't as great. Like, there are other things, just like in the first game, where, like, you can find something that increases your health. Or find something that gives you an extra, whatever it's called, like a health stim pack thing.
Yeah.
And that... You know, all of that still does exist, but far more often you're finding a new color scheme for your lightsaber or, you know, a beard, which it's really, that would make me
mad every time.
The hair and the beards are especially weird to unlock.
That would piss me off every time.
But, and I guess to get the other negative out of the way, I mean, it's been 4 years since I played the first game. The combat feels worse in this game, which in the first one, it already felt a little floaty is not the right word, but like just a little messy. Like the animations weren't as crisp. There was a lot of animation priority. And so like you can't button mash. You can't react in a millisecond to what an enemy is doing. You have to like plan ahead and really learn their movements, which I know that's a Dark Souls thing. That's fine. But,
well, it was not as tight as Dark Souls in any way.
Oh, well.
I thought so.
I mean, I don't agree with that, but that's a matter of taste, and I also am not a fan of the Dark Souls games. But this, it feels like that again, but you have way more options, which again just leads to it feeling just a little bit extra messy. So there are 5 different lightsaber combat styles, and I've only unlocked 3 thus far. The single blade,
combat styles.
The double Darth Maul blade, and then the dual lightsaber blade, which it has been the coolest one so far because it just looks cool.
Yeah.
And then there's a single lightsaber and blaster, which I'm curious about. And then there's like the Kylo Ren style. They treat it more like it's a heavy single blade where it's slower, does more damage. And like it seems like they show you stats that are different. Of like the single lightsaber, you can attack faster than the double-sided, but the double-sided gives you better defense. I'm just not feeling any of that because
Okay.
most of the combat approach is the same because it just feels chaotic. Like, it just feels like we wail on each other. I block or parry at the right time to open up your stamina bar so I can get in a couple of quick hits before your stamina bar resets. It's not really clicking in a way that feels very good to me right now. And
Okay.
my memory is that the first game I had more fun with the combat, and I'm not having that much fun with it right now. So I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling yet, but obviously I'm super early on. I will say I am excited for the story. Again, it's still very early, but like Cal, the part of the problem with the first game was like Cal was usually the most boring character in a scene. I liked Cal, but he like, you know, Grease was an awesome character. Seer, the Night Sister Marin, the freaking whatever former Jedi turned Sith dude that you fight on Dathomir. Like, there were a lot of really badass characters where he just always kind of took a back seat. He feels far more fleshed out in this game than in the past. And I think a lot of that's because, I mean, this takes place 5 years after, so he's more like sort of battle worn. He's been working a lot with Saw Gerrera, so he's doing like some pretty like terrorist associated rebellion shit.
Yeah, Saw Gerrera
is what
is
they
maybe
say.
not the best wagon to hitch your horse to.
Exactly. So, and then there's the whole just idea of they're losing. Like they're trying to start a rebellion and it just isn't mattering. And that they have to do it that way because that's literally what happens in the Star Wars story. The rebellion isn't really a thing when episode 4 starts. So they need to be squashed out at some point. But I'm very interested in where they're going to go with the story and what I've seen and sort of what I've teased out from trailers and stuff. I'm excited for all of that. It's just, I don't know. I'm a little bit underwhelmed with like the video game parts of it right now, with
Sure.
the open world, with the combat. There are a lot of bugs that I've seen.
Oh.
Most of what I've had problems with have been frame rate issues, and there have been a ton of them. I'm playing on fidelity mode, which is part of it. I think I'm going to switch to performance because performance mode says it gives you 60 frames a second. So I want to see if that's going to do a better job for me. Like, taking apart the fact that it's a Star Wars game, so it looks sick because it's a Star Wars game, I'm not that impressed by the visuals. And maybe it's just because the scale is so much bigger than the first game that it isn't blowing me away. Like, I compare it to a game like Horizon Forbidden West. Like, it's not comparable. Horizon Forbidden West looked incredible, and this doesn't, from a fidelity perspective. So that's also been like, I'm just a little bit underwhelmed by kind of all of it. But it's, you know, a 30-hour game. I'm gonna play the whole thing, and I'm sure I will like it. It just is. It did not really do a ton for me. I was so hyped up. They do like a good recap in the beginning of the story so far, and I was sitting in my office with the door open, and my wife was doing something in the bedroom, and like it was doing all the hype up stuff about the story and the big conflict, and Cal, you know, facing the second sister, and just all the cool Jedi shit with Darth Vader at the end of it, and like it kind of ended and was set up of like, all right, so what's next? And I was like really hyped up, and I was like, let's go, like sitting alone by myself, and I could just hear my wife laughing from the other room because I was all pumped up about it and I was excited, and thus far it hasn't met that excitement that I had, which is a bummer.
Yeah, that's a shame.
So yeah, I mean, obviously I'll have a ton more to say next month. Not sure I'll be able to finish the game in a month. I mean, it took me 2.5 months to finish Hogwarts Legacy,
Right?
But we'll see. I'm gonna try. It's my main game over the next month, so we'll see if I can make my way through it.
Okay.
But another brand new, spicy hot release, Dead Island 2, which I know you played a little bit of.
Yeah, I played, because you basically put about an hour and a half in, and then you unlock co-op, and then from that point on, I played co-op for another 2.5, 3 hours with a friend the other night.
Nice.
So it looks a lot better than I thought it would look. From a fidelity standpoint, I think it looks really nice. The zombie destructibility, like taking different parts of their bodies off, like the way that their, you know, models deform as you attack them and stuff is pretty impressive, and it looks really nice. I think in large part, playing it on PC via the Epic Store. I think it's an Epic exclusive on PC.
Okay.
It's interesting because it's not really an open world game. It is an open zone game.
Sure. That's what the first game was like.
Yes. I would say the first game...
That was also a decade ago.
Yeah, the first game was also, like, the areas were bigger than what we're talking about here. This is pretty... It's a little linear. There are some extra, like, opportunities for some exploring on the sides and stuff, but it is fairly linear. And I think in large part that's okay. I have some problems with it. Like, beating up zombies, that feels pretty good. I'll say, like, maybe I just suck at it, but the blocking mechanic, I feel like the zombies sometimes don't telegraph their attacks very well, or it's kind of, maybe it's a combination of not telegraphing certain attacks very well, also the movement maybe being, like, a little sluggish in comparison to, like, your actual attacks. Like, I feel like you're not moving as swift as you could be, but they have some things to mitigate a little bit of that, but I've found it really hard to, like, successfully block zombie attacks because I'm not really sure when it's gonna be an attack and when it's gonna, like, go into an animation of just, like, staggering around or whatever. So that makes combat a little more difficult and frustrating because of that, because really you just want to fucking wail on some zombies. And you can certainly do that, but also, depending on the weapon that you're using, like, if it doesn't have, like, a high stagger or force stat, like, the zombies will just hit you through your hits instead of you being able to stagger them. And it's not really clear when that's going to happen and when it's not going to happen. It feels very inconsistent, the combat does, which makes it hard to predict and, like, experiment with. So that, I've had some frustrations there. I think the story is, in large part, pretty inoffensive. Which is all I could really hope. The tone is fine. The writing is sometimes, like, gets a chuckle out of me or whatever, but in large part it is fine, which is,
but it's pretty, it's going for that, like, cringy, quippy kind of thing.
Very quippy. Yeah. A lot of camp and stuff too.
Right.
Very irreverent, which again, I think the first game's tone struggled because it wanted to be campy and quippy, but it was also really dire. And it was really, like, toe the line very well. It
wasn't self-aware. Like, it knew it was campy, but it took itself seriously, which a lot of good camp should, but it just didn't quite get there. And so it seemed like this game just abandoned the self-seriousness almost entirely.
Correct. Yes, for sure. It definitely
this is just trying to be a bad horror movie kind of vibe.
And I think that is to its benefit. Just because it at least gives it a direction in which to go, and you know, I think in large part the characters are fine and funny. I think really my misgivings kind of come down to some of the mechanics at play. It's a very uneven experience, so there will be the occasional zombie that has, like, a skull next to its name. That means, like, it's really difficult, and it's like, you would think they would sprinkle those throughout, like, guarding really good loot or whatever, but sometimes they're just there in an area, and you spend a ton of time wailing on them, and they basically one-hit kill you. And you, like, use up all your durability on your weapons, and you kill them, and then there's not really anything to get there. And you're like, why the fuck did I bother doing that? Like, that sucked. It wasn't fun because, again, it's hard to, like, know when I'm supposed to block. And, like, sometimes I feel like I'm getting a really glancing blow done to me that is one hit killing me. It's like, those are not fun encounters. I think that those really highlight some of the inconsistencies and the problems with the combat that I have. What else? I think there are a ton of different kinds of weapons. I just wish that the ways in which they affected the zombies was more robust. Like, I had a pair of brass knuckles that I would just wailing on zombies.
Sure.
But again, like, they're just gonna eventually just swing through my hits and hit me. And, like, that's not fucking fun. Like, the fun is wailing on it and beating them into the ground, you know what I mean? And not having them hit me back. The game's also doing some things like some light RPG elements where as you progress in the story, you unlock new skill cards. So you can kind of select different cards that have different modifiers or effects or give you abilities and different types of moves like flying jump kicks, slide kicks, like a block or a dodge. And like if you successfully block, you can get some health back. Or if you execute a dodge at the right time, get some health back. If you do a flying kick, it will do more force damage and like stuff like that. So you're kind of building out your skill slots with these cards as you go along that you're unlocking more of. You're also collecting blueprints to modify weapons. The game very clearly wants you to spend a lot of time modifying things because loot is everywhere. And like, I will not leave a zone, but I will go like into a building that does not have a loading screen, and I will come out of the building, and all of the loot outside will have respawned.
Okay.
And like there are some areas where zombies just continually spawn, and I feel like sometimes they're spawning in a way that I'm not seeing them arrive. They're just kind of like appearing there. So there are some seams there that are pretty visible. Just from
is the weapon customization stuff like, is that satisfying? Are there a bunch of different types of crazy weapons you can make?
Yeah, it's all modifications to the weapons that you're finding, and you can repair weapons and stuff at a workbench. But at the workbenches, like you can make I have a mace that I made it do like extra force damage, and I also made it electric. So if I hit enemies with it enough, it'll build up a stun meter, and then they will become electrocuted and stunned for a short period of time. Which also, like, there's environmental stuff, like puddles on the ground. You can get, like, water jerry cans or gasoline jerry cans and light them on fire or electrocute groups of zombies. It has all that stuff in it, too. Pulling batteries out of cars and throwing them and beating a zombie in the head with it and then electrocuting it at the same time. So, like, stuff like that is fun. But I feel like
Does it seem like there are, like, crazier mods, or do you think is it mostly like
I think it's mostly elemental stuff, but I anticipate there being some pretty wild things, and like there are some really like unique and interesting weapons, like there is like a rebar pipe with a blade on the end of it that's a spear. There's like another like a long like a like a lead pipe which has like two prongs affixed at the end of it. It's like a pitchfork that you stab with. There's a mace, brass knuckles, baseball bats that you can trick out, like broken pieces of chair legs, and like it runs the gamut of like actual weapons versus improvised weapons kind of a thing. And there have been a lot of different kinds of those. You're also like, you get little skills that are like on a recharge. One of them is like throwing a shuriken. And it's on a recharge.
Is that based upon the character that you pick, or just can anybody
you're
get
unlocking
any skill?
those throughout the story, and then you kind of pick which two you want to have equipped at any given time. Another one is like a chem bomb that you can use to like put out fires and stuff if you need to like get somewhere. And you have perhaps I promise this didn't happen to me, but you have perhaps started a fire with a lot of zombies, and you then need to go through the place that was on fire. You just kind of like throw a chem bomb, and it'll like put out the fire, kind of a thing. A lot of variety in the areas that you're going to, the types of encounters that you're, the places in which you are encountering zombies. Also, like some boss tier zombies that you're dealing with, like some actual like some more difficult fights in there. So I mean, there are definitely good fun things about it. It's way better with a friend. Like when I was playing co-op, I was having way more fun.
That was
like,
my assumption.
It's just like the two of us running around doing flying jump kicks and like into zombies' heads and making them go flying, like lighting them on fire. Like one person has a jerry can and is putting down gasoline. The other person will throw a car battery onto it and set it on fire, kind of a thing. So
I mean,
you can
because
chain stuff like that together.
It seems like there's some decent like combat sandbox stuff, but there's not a ton of depth to the combat.
Right.
And so doing it with a friend in sort of a mindless way, let me see what stupid thing I can think of way, seems like definitely the best.
Yeah,
way
and
of playing this game.
I guess like there's an illusion of depth because there are numbers and stats associated with every weapon, and they do like it's all that matters is the damage number really. Like all this like force damage this or electric damage that, like it doesn't really matter, and it kind of just gets in the way, and it makes me wish those numbers didn't exist almost, just because I feel like it's probably not a very long game. And so, like, just make it fun. Don't put all these systems in that are going to draw the experience out and be frustrating.
Well, it's kind of like artificially telling you that you're leveling up because you're doing, the numbers go up even though it isn't really meaningful.
Right, because the zombies are getting more powerful or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So I think, like, I would like to play more of it, but also I'm not going to do that by myself. And if I don't end up playing more of it, I am fine. That's kind of how I feel about it. Like, I would play more just to have fun with friends, but I don't think I would seek out more of it on my own time because it's just not super rewarding.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's firmly in my, if I had more time, I would absolutely want to play it just as a mindless, dumb, fun thing.
Yeah.
Like how I would approach the Far Cry games.
Right.
But given the reaction to it and from what I had seen, sort of like the straightforward, like almost, I hate to use the word retro when we're talking about games that came out in the 2000s, but like this game, the original came out, like this game feels like it could have come out in 2009.
Yeah.
Like the structure of it, it just feels very old and unambitious.
Has that
and
Duke
there's nothing
Nukem
inherently wrong. Yeah, like there's nothing if it's done well, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. I don't have the time to do that.
Yeah, when there are other things going on.
There are so many more other games. Like every time I open up my PS5, I see Roller Drome. Like I really, really want to give that game a shot. And I continue to not do it because I always have 2 or 3 other games that I'm playing. Like, I'm not going to not play Roller Drome so I can play fucking Dead Island 2. Right. That's just what always goes through my mind.
Yeah.
It might be a game I play in a couple of years when it's $20 or it's on PS Plus or something.
Right.
Which there's a good example of a game like that for me later on. But, like, there's not a ton of those games that I can get through every year. And, yeah. This went in my maybe column. It's in my maybe column, but I highlighted it blue in case, like it's like a top of my maybe column, which means I'm never gonna play it.
Right. You need a different color for that, where it's blue, but you're lying to yourself.
Yeah, that's kind of what blue means.
Okay, fair.
in the maybe column, because I never play unless it's like I can get it for $10 or something, where I'm like, yeah, absolutely, like I'll just go ahead and do that. My blue maybe games just means games that I feel like I should play, and I won't. I don't even get through all of my must-play games every year, so
true.
The maybes almost have no chance.
Yeah, that's fair.
But a game that was in my maybe column that I did finally sit down and play because I was so sick of hearing everybody talk about it without having tried it is Vampire Survivors.
Hell yeah!
Not the newest release. Most of what we're talking about here is like newer games, but it came out last year. I mean, I guess like on console. I think even it was on PC before that.
Yeah.
But I'm not a big clicker style game person. This isn't even really a clicker. But it is an idle game because all you do is walk and the rest of the game plays for you. But I do see why it could become so addictive because, I played 2 sessions and both times I played it for way longer than I intended because I would die and be like, just one more run. And I know I can get farther. I know I can beat that, that big hurdle that I couldn't get over.
Absolutely.
I didn't get that far. I unlocked 7 or 8 characters. I had played the second map a couple of times. I was never able to get super far even in the first map. There's like right around level 20, there's this big, like, zombie skeleton horde, and it's just like literally hundreds of them that just surround you, and I was never putting out enough DPS to actually get through it. And so that was like my big hurdle that I just couldn't figure out what to do or how to get over, and then I just kind of fell off of it, and I haven't gone back to it in a couple of weeks. But I had a really good time with it. It's very addictive. I really enjoy the mindless but also very stress-inducing nature of playing that game. Because there are so many enemies at all times, like it can feel very claustrophobic, but like in a satisfying, you don't really have to pay attention way, because it's so repeatable, maybe is the reason why. But yeah, I mean, it's fun. How much of it have you played?
I beat every level.
Jeez.
I think. Yeah, because there's a bunch of secrets in each level.
Right.
And I haven't found all of those, so I guess that means I probably haven't beaten every level. There's probably more. Especially, well, I know it's had maps added to it since I've last played it. But yeah, I really, really liked it. I liked discovering the synergies between the weapons.
Right.
And there is a thing that happens when you finish the timer, or when the timer hits a certain number. Okay. And I did beat the thing that happens at that time, which I do feel really good about. So
nice.
Garlic. All I'm going to say, bro. Garlic.
Oh, yeah?
All day.
Is there like maybe a vampire that you're trying to survive?
No, I'm just saying garlic is incredible.
Oh, yeah. What does that... Is that the healing thing? The healing bubble around you?
It doesn't heal you. It just does damage in a circle around you.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah. And that can get huge, and then also it can be buffed by other things. It becomes fucking incredible.
Maybe I never got far enough, or never got the right combination of weapons, or like picking the right upgrade, getting the upgrade randomization. Because that's the biggest part of it. It's always going to fall down for me with this type of game, because it's a roguelite.
Right.
Like, that's just not my style of game. I need a roguelike that like I am getting direct progression from also. Like, I think Returnal's a good example of that, where I really felt like I was really progressing every time whenever I died.
Sure.
And in this, like, you're getting gold or whatever to make really minuscule upgrades to your characters in between runs, but not a ton of that is there, unless more of it happens later on that I just didn't get to. But, yeah, I mean, it's as an idle-style roguelike game, I could absolutely see myself opening it back up at some point. The problem is I would do that when I'm like, yeah, I've got 40 minutes to kill, and then I would want to play it for 2 hours. So that seems like that would be a problem.
Yeah. So like an important thing to know is that certain weapons will fuse with each other when they are if you have both of them and fully level up, and then they are only taking up one slot, so then you can get another weapon too.
Okay.
Which is that's a big thing to know.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, that is good, because part of maybe the reason I was always struggling with DPS at a certain point is because whenever a new type of weapon was one of my options, I was usually picking that instead of upgrading my existing weapons.
Right.
So I would have like 6 weapons, but they were all doing minimal damage. So
right.
maybe that was my problem.
Yeah, that's yeah.
But yeah. And then the other game that is I think it came out maybe a month ago, 2 months ago, Terra Nil. So this is a Netflix Studios game, which is very bizarre. You have to log into your Netflix account in order to play it.
Weird.
Yeah, it is very weird.
It was in early access for a long time, and I don't think the
believe
Netflix thing was a part of it at that point.
I believe that is true. But yeah, it released to 1.0 maybe in February or so. But this, I liked it because it's a city builder, but it's a deconstructionist city builder.
Right.
In that you are trying to restore the world to nature. And so that's your main goal, is you're building, machines to create the right type of nature environment, to get the right type of, flora and fauna. And then you have to go through and destroy the machines you built.
Right.
And then you have to destroy the machines you built to destroy the machines you built. And it's a cool loop, and I just really liked the sort of the take on this type of genre.
Yeah.
I will say, like, because I played on my wife's iPad, which is the only reason I played it, because I'm looking for more mobile games, and there's no way I would have tried to play it on my actual phone. It's just too small, and I'm blind. But I played on my wife's iPad, and it's not a particularly, like, amazing looking game, but it's also a mobile game, so who really cares? The biggest issue I had is that the structure of the tutorial is not awesome. Like, it's like in the tooltips, in the item descriptions, in the walkthrough that it's giving you, it's not specific enough.
Sure.
And like I hate to get on my high horse, but like a big part of my job, literally my job is I'll create sort of like workflows in our product or other channels to like educate people of how to do specific things in the product. And that's what a lot of this tutorial is. And because it's a mobile game, it's far more approachable and real to like what my product would be versus playing on a big screen TV with a controller in your hands. Like, the interface feels more like an actual product. And like my product marketer brain doing the tutorial was like, these guys suck at this. Like, it wasn't descriptive enough. They weren't giving you enough information. It was relatively clear on what they wanted you to do next, but just like the how you do it, the why you do it, the where you should do it was never that well done. And so I kind of got through the tutorial, and then it gives you a bunch of like final things to do, which is using this, thing to, this sort of boat to pick up all of your remnant machines that you had left over. And then also how to get and find animals in the specific areas. And so like I was just like clicking around, and like, I was playing it on the iPad while we had like My Little Pony or something my daughter was watching, and my wife was sitting there, and I was like watching My Little Pony more than I was playing the game. And my wife was like, so do you like that game? Or because you're watching My Little Pony, which you don't like. And I was like, you know what? I think you're right. I'm not really having fun. So I just didn't really go back to it. The other part is like, and again, maybe if you fully complete that level, when it opens up the next one, it opens up a bunch of new tutorialization stuff. But even despite the obtuse tutorialization, there wasn't that much to do. Like, there were like 3 types of machines to accomplish your first goal, and then you do it, and then you have your second goal, and then there's like 2 machines you need to get to that one to like build water, and then you need to build this boat, and there's 1 machine that does that, and then there's 2 machines to destroy the old ones. There just isn't a ton of variety in the progression, where like I can't imagine this would be a fun thing to do like 15 rounds of it, because it's not like SimCity, basically, where there's a ton of shit you can build in SimCity. So maybe that wasn't their approach. The whole thing is minimalist, and it's returning the world to nature, blah, blah, blah. But it just doesn't make for that compelling of gameplay, honestly.
Yeah, I understand that.
But yeah, I mean, I'm glad I checked it out. Again, this was a game that would have never come out of my maybe column, except I wanted something to put in front of my face that wasn't on a TV, and this was the only thing I could think of. So sure. I'm glad I checked it out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. How about Dredge? This is in my must play category.
All right, so
I just need to get to it. So.
All right, we're in the middle. Well, we're nearing the end of our games we played segment, so I want to take a short break, and I want to have our little ritual with our listeners at home. If you're listening at home, or you're like in the car or at work, whatever it is, I just want you to grab a beer, especially if you're in the car or at work.
Not in the car. What are you doing?
No, especially if you're in the car or at work. Grab a beer, and I want you to open it with me. Pause the podcast, go grab a beer, and I'll see y'all in a second. Okay. Hey, it's me again. Kyle, I'm the co-host of the Shea Hits Everything podcast. Let's open our beers together in 3, 2, 1. Fuck yeah, baby. Let's fucking go. All right, let's talk about Dredge.
So was that whole thing just because you wanted to open up a beer while we were recording the podcast?
Yeah, and I didn't want to write down the timestamp to mute it. So anyways, Dredge.
I'm glad that like all of this, like everything we do here and for the listeners, is all just about creating a convenience for you. Because you're the main character. You're the main character of this world. Everything revolves around you.
Look.
I love that.
Fucking I do too, man. Dredge. I played about an hour and a half of Dredge, so I don't have a million things to say about it, but I feel like my time I have captured largely what the boundaries of the game are, and I think I can speak to that. So I wanted a game to play on my Steam Deck. Dredge seemed like a good pick for that. I like beer. It is a fishing game, but it's really a game of mini games that is much more focused on the tone and the story, and that the setting being like a series of fishing port towns on these islands and small land masses, and it's very Cthulhian inspired.
Yeah, I would say so. Cthulhian. That sounds like a thing.
Who's the author? Lovecraftian. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, also acceptable.
Yes. I think more broadly Lovecraftian than specifically Cthulhu, like Cthulhu related. So it is more broadly Lovecraftian inspired. Just like grungy. I mean, the game's named Dredge, so it's
great name.
Yeah, it's
sounds like a horrible death metal band.
Yeah, for sure. It's just has like everything has like kind of this patina of grungy, like everything is in disrepair and things are shoddily put together, and that is very, I think, Lovecraftian. Like there's something slightly off about this place, and the mechanics of it are, it's when you're in a town or in a port, it is all menu based, and then you are piloting your ship around your boat. Going to different points of interest or different things on the water, like fishing spots to fish. And every time you fish, depending on the fish and the type of fishing you're doing, it is a different mini game that is largely like a timing wheel based for the most part. So those are, and then you have like a Resident Evil 4 grid style inventory system, which is very much my shit. Where you're catching fish and you can rotate things and try and.
I saw it was maybe an IGN review of like them rotating it in the inventory, and I was like, "Ooh, Kyle's gonna dig that shit."
And here we are. I'm not a complicated man. I like a select few things, and that is one of them. So you are doing like a lot of that. You're bringing your fish back and selling them at different ports, and they sell for different amounts at different ports. Stuff like that. So there's a little bit of an economy there, but it's not really that important. There is a day-night cycle, and you do need to like sleep and spend time sleeping and repairing your ship if you run into things. There's like a sanity meter, which is also very like Lovecraftian game-like mechanic to have, where if you're out at night, you start to kind of there's like an eyeball in the top middle of the screen, an animated eyeball that is like gets more and more erratic and freaked out and like looking around as you spend more time out at night, because there are there be monsters kind of a thing.
Sure.
And an interesting effect was I was like on my way back to a port because I'd been out for too long and my eyeball was freaking out, and a rock like appeared in front of my ship and I hit it.
Oh.
So it could, because there's so like I could see like a little further than where the rock appeared, but because I was crazy, it disappeared the rock for me until I was like too late to
it was like kind of like it was intentional pop-in.
Exactly. Yeah, it was really cool. And there was like a nice little effect that went along with it when it popped in. So like that was cool. Also sad because I damaged my boat and had to fix it, but it was like a neat effect.
Stayed out too late, man.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, oh, okay, so this game is capable of doing these kinds of things too, which I thought was neat. I will say, after about an hour and a half, there are some story things. It's a lot of fetch questy, like people lost a thing and you can go fish for it and try and find it and bring it back to them, stuff like that. And as you do that, you're filling out like a little bit of I don't know, like the lore or knowledge of the area in which you're a resident of and fishing in. I don't really get a sense of what the larger story might be just by the amount of game that I have played, but I am beginning to see, and I've talked to a couple of people who've beaten it. I'm beginning to see that the repetition of the fishing actions that you are doing could really wear on you over time and like become too repetitive and kind of too much of the same thing over and over again. So I don't know how much more I will play of it. I will play more because I want to kind of see how if the story is capable of pulling me in as I let it develop a little more. Because I do like the setting, I do like the tone of it. Graphically, it's very simplified, but like I said, you can kind of see things in disrepair, and there's like a grime over certain things and stuff like that. And so I think the graphics do an okay job at conveying what it wants to convey, but otherwise are very simplistic. The character design, like the character portraits when you're in port, are interesting, and like every person has like a really cool look to them. I really like their character portraits, but yeah, I mean, so I feel like that's all I can really pull from that kind of hour and a half that I've played it so far.
Are you excited to play more of it?
Excited's like the wrong word for a game like this. Okay. I am motivated, yeah. Interested to see again if the story is able to grab me as it develops.
Right. Yeah, because it sounds like the actual gameplay loop is pretty repetitious.
Right. Yeah. So like, will there be enough there to keep me engaged with it and keep me going? I don't know yet. I hope so. But also, by all accounts, it's not a very long game. So
okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, from the jump, like the first trailer I saw, I was like, this looks sick. Like, I love the vibe and the atmosphere of it.
Yeah.
I was curious about the gameplay, and I had heard similar things to what you are saying, that it asks you to do a little bit too much of that given what it is.
Right.
But assuming that the story goes cool places, it's still worth
totally
through. So
yeah, and you know what? The whole time I get to mess around in that inventory, baby.
Hell yeah. That's what it's all about. Twisting your octopus around so that it fits perfectly next to the carp that you caught.
Yeah. Speaking of sorting inventory games and things that are completely unlike that and don't have that mechanic, tell me about Wolfenstein: The New Order.
What are you talking about?
Dude, I'm the transition guru.
I had a whole transition already planned.
Okay, no, you do it. You do yours.
So do you remember, I mean, last month I talked a lot about how, like, in episodes of depression, I default to wanting to watch like really hardcore, super violent, like war movies and things like that. And I had watched Saving Private Ryan, Black Hawk Down. I did those things instead of watching Mandalorian.
This transition's too long. Keep going. I want to see it through, but it's like, man, it's a lot of buy-in from the listener.
The point is, apparently I didn't get enough from watching the movie. I needed the visceral feeling of horrible murder at war. And so the only game I could find that I had not played was Wolfenstein: The New Order.
Oh, you haven't played it. Okay.
I had not played it before. Ah. Well, I guess I played maybe a quarter of it. I did not get super far, and I just like fell off hard. I just wasn't really having fun. And that was right around the time this game came out in 2014, so it's very old.
Yeah.
Almost as old as the first Dead Island game.
Oh, God.
But I just I wasn't super into it. And then the folks at Giant Bomb for years always went on and on about the new Wolfenstein series and how over the top it was and crazy and the story things. And so I was like, I want that shit. Like, that's what I'm looking for. I just want to like kill some Nazis, do crazy story. So let me put on Wolfenstein. I'm sure it's a relatively short game. It's just a first-person shooter, super linear. And so I just put it, I think they're like 5 difficulties. And so I put on the second one. It's like, give me super easy. I just want to see the story. And then I burned through it in just like a couple of sessions because it's relatively short.
Yeah.
I just got nothing out of it. It just wasn't
that
crazy.
Me.
Like the story, like the pitch of all these insane things happening. And I I don't know. It just didn't really do anything for me. Compounded by the fact that it's just a very outdated style of first-person shooter. Like, you have to press square to pick up ammo. You have to equip a grenade in order to throw it on the radial wheel. And, like, that's awful. Like, that is awful, awful, awful game design. And it didn't... I forced myself to play it all the way through in the hopes that more crazy stuff would happen, but it just wasn't... It just didn't really do anything for me.
That's interesting.
And I was really bummed.
So I will say the New Order is much more like of a warm-up act to the other ones that follow. The other ones that follow get really fucking wild.
It's like the Old Blood is the standalone
Old Blood
DLC,
is a zombie one.
New Colossus is the sequel.
Correct. Yeah. And New Colossus is fucking phenomenal. I just replayed these like maybe a year and I replayed these during COVID shutdown.
Oh, sure.
Lockdown.
That makes you feel a little bit better. Because again, I'll just play it on an easy difficulty because I don't really care
about
But
they set up a lot of stuff in New Order that they like elevate and make good on in a lot of really fun, interesting ways in New Colossus. And like they're trading on it. Like they do a little bit of that like, we're going to assume you have a little more affinity for these characters than perhaps you have justification for. But it like, if you just decide you can buy into that, then it is New Colossus is an awesome time. It really is. And structurally, it's very different from New Order as well. Okay. Yeah.
Well, that makes me feel more motivated to continue. Cause I was just kind of like, after playing this, like it had moments, right? Like there's the section where you go deep underwater to find like the ancient, Jewish, whatever it was called, but like these like insanely smart, essentially aliens, but they're Jewish people that like had this, precursor society and like that kind of shit. That was fun. And you find this really cool set of armor that the character wears. And then like the end, like you go to the moon, but you just don't really do much on the moon. And so it's a lot of that where like the setup seemed really exciting. But then, like, oh shit, dude, I'm going to the friggin' moon. That sounds insane. But then you're just like in a bunch of hallways in the moon the whole time, and it just doesn't really do anything there.
I can't remember. So Wolfenstein, New Order, moon level. So
I mean, it's the end of the game. You're going there to like get nuclear codes or something.
Okay, because all right, I am conflating this with there is. I don't remember if this happens on the moon or not, but I think in New Colossus, sorry, I don't want to do spoilers. Okay.
Right.
I think, if I'm remembering the space bit in New Colossus, is everything.
Okay.
It is incredible. The sequence is amazing. I don't remember if that happens on the moon or not. I'm thinking of a specific thing. It just
in the second game.
Yes. There are so many incredible sequences and moments in the second game. Oh, I should fucking replay that again. I just played it like a year and a half ago.
That makes me feel better.
Yeah.
That makes me feel like, because I had originally said, like, oh, yeah, let me play through, and the DLC, too. It's like, let me play through these this year. Like, I'll just make it a priority to finally get through, because I, have always heard of how insane they are. And after playing the first one, I was like, no thanks. Like, I don't want to spend a bunch of time. But
New Colossus also does, like, they trade on some, like, actual film techniques in the telling of their narrative. And there's a lot of, like, film editing styles and transitions and things. It is a lot of fun. So it has like, if the New Order, I mean, for me, I think the New Order is probably like a 7.5 or an 8. New Colossus is like a 9.5. I think it is really fucking good.
Cool. Okay. That's good. And then speaking of like me trying to get more mobile games in my life, mostly because I'm trying to get off Twitter, and I had successfully deleted the app. and then I re-downloaded it, but I like hid it on my iPhone so that it's harder to get to, and so like when I'm bored, I don't just randomly open it because that place is a fucking cesspool. So point is, I'm trying to find other stuff to do when I'm on my phone. And so I had Pokemon Masters downloaded for a while and had never tried it out. And I was like, yeah, dude, Pokemon on my phone? Sure, why not? So in being inspired by you cracking open a beer live on the podcast, I want to do something with Pokemon Masters Live, and we'll see if this actually works. If it doesn't, it's no big deal.
Okay.
But this is like the most mobile game I have ever seen.
Oh, God.
The number of currencies and notifications and new missions and rotating, you got to do this today or it's never going to happen again.
What
like,
a
it's
nightmare.
insane. It's fun. I'm actually having a lot of fun, despite the fact that it's like, there's not a ton to it. Maybe just because it's Pokemon and it's pretty straightforward.
So what is it? Just like normal Pokemon battles? Is it cards? What is it?
No. Well, it's sort of Pokemon battles. Like you have an energy meter and you have 3 Pokemon that you fight with at a time against 3 Pokemon on the opposite side. And so only like you control all 3 Pokemon individually. Typically a Pokemon will have 2 moves and then 2 like special abilities. And that special ability can be like raise your entire team's special attack or, survive a hit. Like they've translated what used to be specific moves into these special powers, or like use a potion. That's an ability that only one Pokemon might have on your team is to use a potion. So it's just that, but it's, you use the energy meter, you try to knock the guys down before they knock you down. After a certain number of rounds of attacks, you unlock one of your characters to be able to use a super move. And it's very much like Pokemon in that you're trying to get dudes that are strong against the enemies type and all that kind of stuff. The biggest thing that I wanted to talk about, because like, again, there's not a ton to the game. It's fun to play in 10-minute chunks. There's a ton in this game. Like I'm still playing through the main story part of it. And there are tons of like side quests. There are individual quests for each character. And I'm sure they're all the same, where like you just do a match and it takes 2 minutes to finish it. But in terms of like giving me content on my phone instead of Twitter when I'm laying in bed for 5 minutes, amazing. This is exactly what I needed.
Sure.
But what I wanted to do was showcase the mobile game-ness of this mobile game.
Okay.
So tell me, can you hear this?
Barely.
Can you hear this audio? Barely? Okay. Because I want to make sure I didn't blow it out. How about this?
I'm sure your microphone is picking it up, but it's not coming through Discord.
Okay. It looks like it's coming through Relative. So if you can't hear this isn't going to work out at all. So apologies in advance if this becomes horrible. But so I'm on the main title screen. I'm gonna mouse or tap through. This is what happens every single time I log in to this game. So we're loading up. It's gonna put me into like basically the Pokemon Center, where there are a bunch of characters there that you can talk to and all that good stuff. Oh, of course, it's taking forever to load. And then a bunch of screens pop up.
Good evening. Fire shines especially bright at night. But it's also important to rest.
Okay, so there's one of the characters that is greeting me. A little bit of voice acting, which is cool in a mobile game.
Sure.
And then now it's going to pop up all the notifications for today. Okay, so I got special login bonus, Investigate the Foundation login bonus, available from April 28th until May 15th. I'm on day 2, so I got 100 gems. I don't know what you use the gems for, and a little Squirtle pops up and gives me gems. All right, special login bonus, Solve the Case Part 2 login bonus, available April 13th to May 2nd. I'm on day 12 of that, so I get 100 gems. Let's see what else. Login bonus, log in every day to receive bonus items, available April 27th through May 4th. I'm on day 3, and I get 100 gems. There's got to be more. Okay, and now it just pops up the store, where it has like, I have a message from Pokemon Masters EX team. I have a new chapter available in the villain arc. A new Cygnus Suit How Pokeflare Scout, which is where you can recruit other trainers. 5-star guaranteed Alola special scout event. Villain event. Investigate. Like, it's like 30 fucking things on this screen for me to tap and play. It's just insane. And like, that was actually not even the best example of what I'm talking about here, because that only popped up like 3 login day things. It normally has separate menus for all of the new events, and like this day only event, or this week only event, or this month only event. We updated this other event with another character. It is insane. It like, I'm gonna get real with y'all. If I'm, maybe if I'm going to the bathroom and I'm playing this game, right? It takes me like halfway through going to the bathroom to even be able to play the game because the number of fucking notifications that come up when I turn it on. So it's fun. I'm having fun. It's super dumbed down Pokemon on my phone, but for what it is, it's fun. It's much better than Twitter is the moral of the story. Yeah, so hopefully you could hear all the stupid, because they all have a stupid chime, and it's drives me nuts when it happens. I just want to get in there and play the game. So that's Pokemon Masters.
Oh man, it just sounds like a different kind of hell from social media.
Well, yeah, you're not wrong, but at least this is like my own hell. I'm not exposed to other people's hell.
Sure,
which
it's
is
a hell
what
of your
social
own
media
choosing.
is like. Yeah,
imagine making content for that game.
Insane.
Speaking of
and
hell,
just like even again, because I got 100 gems 3 times. Like normally I'm getting some other random currency that I literally do not know how to use, and I've played multiple hours of this game in totality.
Yeah, they're probably specific currencies for seasonal events or something.
Oh, I'm sure. Or like it's a level up card for this one character that I don't even have yet.
Right.
It's bonkers.
But won't it be great once you finally get the character? You'll already have a level up card.
Absolutely.
Just buy a couple of packs. Maybe you'll get it.
So we talked about the new hotness Star Wars video game, and now we got to move into the, I feel like it's probably fair to say some of the best Star Wars content, because there has been a ton of Star Wars content over the last 40 years at this point, and a huge percentage of it, and we're talking about TV shows and movies and stuff, a huge percentage of it has been garbage. And I feel like this really stands out as a top tier Star Wars related thing.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's Spaceballs.
Oh. You know
Set
what?
You up,
I also agree.
Slam dunk. I slam
agree.
dunked that joke. I'm so glad that you came along for the ride.
Yeah, just a bowling ball right in my
helping
face.
Me out with that. Because we're going to talk about Mandalorian, obviously. But quickly, I do want to mention Spaceballs. Because I had not seen that movie in easily a decade, maybe longer. I loved that movie as a kid, which frankly, we should not have been allowed to watch that movie as a kid because it is very crass. But that movie rules, and it super holds up.
Yeah.
There's some, plenty of things that, the bullshit cancel culture people would turn their noses up at, maybe. Like, things that haven't aged super well, but nothing, overtly offensive. And, in fact, a lot of stuff in that movie pokes fun at how we think about society and our sort of, societal norms and things like that. My point is it's intentional. Some people still wouldn't be okay with that, even if it being intentional. But that movie is funny as hell, and I'm so glad that my wife watched it. She loved it, and I am a very active viewer of things. When we are watching things, I love to pause it, to talk about it. If we're watching something funny and it's funny, I'm laughing out loud a lot, which a lot of people don't. My wife is one of those people that just doesn't. She doesn't laugh aloud a lot, even at stuff that she thinks is really funny. And so I was dying laughing throughout the whole movie, and I started getting that anxiety that you get.
Yeah, when someone else doesn't do the same thing.
Yeah, when it's I found the funniest fucking video, I got to show it to you.
And you keep looking at them and they're not laughing.
Yeah, exactly. Side-eyeing, are you enjoing my thing?
And then they feel weird because you're looking at them and they feel pressure to enjoy the thing.
So I was getting that anxiety, and I love my wife to death. She could sense it in me. I didn't even say anything. She could sense it. We're it was, on 45 minutes. We're halfway through the movie, and she casually, but I picked up on it, and it was very sweet of her to do. She casually was this is really funny. I love this movie. And I wanted to be I love you so much. You know exactly what I was thinking. You know me so well. Because I was so anxious. Because I think it might have been right after the when they are instructed to comb the desert.
Yes.
And so like they're combing with the big, like they're literally have giant combs, and one of the dudes has like a small afro pick, and he's like a black dude doing it. He's like, "What about you? Have you found anything?" We ain't found shit. And I was dying laughing. And then my wife is just sitting there in silence.
And then he uses the megaphone of the dude next to him and then just screams at the guys in the distance.
Yeah.
Damn it, that movie's good.
But yeah, there were, so many moments that just are among my favorite comedic bits. The whole, like, we're in now. Yeah. That was then, this is now when they're watching.
When will then be now? Soon.
The whole ludicrous speed thing, the like, I knew it, I'm surrounded by assholes moment. The what's his dude, the guy from Police Academy with the like, we've lost the bleeps, the creeps, and the sweeps.
Michael Winslow.
Michael Winslow, thank you. I don't need to rehash the whole movie. Everybody has seen Spaceballs. I just encourage you to watch Spaceballs again now, because it is so funny, and it filled me with so much joy.
Welcome to the Shea Hates Everything Except for Spaceballs podcast.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But, obviously I set up the joke for The Mandalorian, but I do believe that The Mandalorian is one of the best Star Wars things, certainly one of the best Star Wars things in recent years, and particularly with this season is like getting back to Star Wars. The expectation is that it's going to be good.
Right.
Because even at the past couple of years, like, there have been hits and misses. I enjoyed the first 2 seasons of Mandalorian, but like they didn't blow me away. They did a lot of other people. And then a lot of the other stuff wasn't that awesome. The sequel trilogy was complete and utter dog shit. Like it hasn't been consistently good Star Wars stuff in recent memory. But it feels like we're getting there now, which, like, knock on wood, I don't want to get my expectations too high. But, like, Andor was sick. This season, in my opinion, of The Mandalorian is the best of the 3 seasons by a pretty significant margin. Ahsoka looks awesome, which we'll talk about in a little bit.
It does.
But, yeah, like, now that we've both seen all of it, like, what are your big things? Similar to how we talked about The Last of Us, like, what are your big... What stuff did you like? What stuff did you like in this season?
I said this last episode, I think, but just learning about the Mandalorian lore, and like seeing that explored and evolved, and like the different factions and how those were interplaying, getting some more details on the history of the planet and why it's in the state that it's in. All of that stuff I found really interesting, and thought that it was handled really well and told in like an engaging way. A lot of really cool visual stuff. Like all of the fucking Mandalorian fights were incredible. They were just so awesome, badass. Like I thought that the whole Moff Gideon being on Mandalore was a little contrived.
Yes.
That felt just like an excuse to keep the setting on Mandalore so they could explore more of that history and setting a little bit more. I thought it was kind of dumb for him to have chosen that place, but I'm largely fine with it.
I thought they justified it okay. It's just the general, like the overall conceit that's what he would have done.
Right.
It was convenient.
Yes, for sure. Also, fucking Moff Gideon's armor suit, so fucking cool. Like very clearly aping the Mandalorian style, but in a mocking way. It was
it was like Mandalorian plus Vader was the aesthetic of it.
For sure.
It was so cool.
Yeah.
And even his, like, I don't remember if they actually named the troops, but like the Mandalorian inspired Imperial troops with the Beskar armor, like that design was awesome.
Very cool.
But like even I think was it the first episode of where they kind of had their coven or whatever of all the Mandalorians in the desert, wherever that was, and just seeing all of them out
in
like,
all their different suits and stuff,
all the different colors and different styles. It just the like what's the phrase? The part of me that loves that type of like customizability but within a specific framework, like that stuff sets me off.
For
like
sure.
That is my Resident Evil 4 inventory menu. I just love that shit. So yeah, that was awesome. And I totally agree. Just the focus on the Mandalorian story was so smart because to me, the biggest thing that held the first 2 seasons back was the focus on the Jedi stuff.
Yeah, because I felt like even in the first 2 seasons, every time something Mandalorian related was going on, it was always the most interesting part of it.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. But it's because like Grogu was the main story driver.
Yeah.
Like the A plot was about the thing that Grogu needed, which they clearly like. Grogu is still adorable and plays a significant role.
But I'm sorry, I think you mean Din Grogu.
Yes, thank you. Whatever, Acolyte. Is it Acolyte? What's the apprentice now?
Apprentice, yeah.
Yeah, apprentice Din Grogu. But like this season was all about Din Djarin and Bo-Katan. And
yes,
Bo-Katan can get it. Bo-Katan can get it.
Yeah,
Katie Sackhoff is great as this character.
I've liked her in everything she's been in.
Extremely attractive as this character, and I have a problem.
Well, I don't see it as a problem.
Like I want her to beat the shit out of me. Like that. This is my new king.
All right, that's a little weird.
Like. I remember seeing a bunch of backlash to the Jack Black Lizzo episode, and like that. I
liked Jack Black in that role. I thought he had a lot of fun with it. I really like Jack Black, but
yes, I think it was mostly. I mean, I didn't think that Lizzo did a good job, but she's also not an actor, so it is what it is.
I don't know her, so
I think it was more. I mean, she's a singer, she's a musician.
Okay,
but I think part of it was also that episode felt like the first 2 seasons, where it was like a random, hardly related storyline. It was just like. It was like a side quest that they had to do to get the next thing.
Absolutely.
And like that was, the largest issue I had with the first 2 seasons is they tried to split the difference between a serialized A plot where you're making progress every episode and treating it like the Western that it is, where everything is super episodic, new characters every episode, new location every episode, new standalone story every episode. And in my opinion, they did not mesh those well together because every episode felt like the next fetch quest to serve the A plot line. And it was just like, you need this thing. All right, we go there. Can we get that thing? Oh, well, in order for me to give you this thing, you need to go get me that other thing. And then the next episode is them getting that other thing and then going back. It felt very tedious and slow moving. And that episode, while I enjoyed that episode, because it was sort of like more of a detective kind of approach to what they were doing rather than just like straight up action. Cool. While I enjoyed that, it did feel like it slowed the pace down of all of the Mandalorian stuff that was happening, which was super interesting.
Yeah. I agree.
I mean, well, I guess I should have said at the beginning that we were going to talk specific spoilers. But for a very specific spoiler, just in the event that you haven't actually finished it, I will add chapter timings to the notes here. So if you want to jump ahead to the next section, but specifically the very ending of it felt like the end of the show.
Oh, I disagree.
And I feel like they've said that they're definitely making more. I don't know why they wouldn't make more.
Yeah.
But it just felt very like final to me.
No, I feel like it felt like a reset of the status quo.
Yeah, a new status quo.
Yeah.
I think that's obviously how they did intend it.
Yeah.
But it's just there aren't any lingering threads really, other than, which is my largest complaint of this season, the Imperial spy lady on Coruscant.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Yeah.
Like, why?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing the connective tissue here, and maybe that was intentional because they're going to pay that off in the next season, but I find that to be poor storytelling to do that. It just felt like you literally could have deleted her entire character and that entire episode where it was just them, which I really liked that episode.
Yeah, me too.
But you could have just deleted all of that and it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah. I guess the reason I don't care as much is because I still liked it. If I didn't like it, I would probably feel similarly to you, but
I guess the problem is because like we talked about this with The Last of Us, right? And like you didn't enjoy or you didn't even watch all of the Left Behind episode with Riley and Ellie,
right?
Because you didn't like Ellie in particular and the actress, and
Correct.
you knew what that story was going to be, so it didn't feel necessary,
right?
But that episode, which was standalone, it did not move the plot forward, was a character episode. You learned a lot about Ellie in that episode and about her backstory and why she is the way she is and her detachment and all of that history that she has. Like, that's a really important episode for that character.
Yeah.
Stranger Things is another great example. I think it was like season 2. There's a whole episode where she goes to Chicago and meets one of the other. And like that episode had nothing to do with anything else. And that episode got a ton of backlash because people are like, there's all this crazy stuff happening. Why are you giving us this random standalone episode? But you learned so much about Eleven in that episode and it builds so much more of the world. The episode we're talking about on Coruscant didn't do that. Like, it felt like if that episode
I thought it definitely built more of like the Star Wars world.
Yes. The world,
like
yes,
the idea of, what do we do with these people from the Empire who, like, the Empire has been defeated. Like, we have a a new status quo. What do we do with these people? Because we can't just throw them all in prison. Like, so what do we do with them? And I thought that was really interesting.
100%. Super interesting. I liked the episode. It's just that world building isn't connected to anything.
Correct. Yeah. Agreed.
And that's the problem that I had with it. Like, had that episode been an episode of Andor, where like Cassian was somehow integrated into it, it would have made way more sense.
Well, my understanding is that it was connected to the Mandalorians because it's connected to Moff Gideon. Because he was working on cloning tech for Moff Gideon, which, like, the red herring there is, it's the Emperor's cloning tech that's going to bring, like, the Emperor's clone back for, like, the new trilogy, whatever.
Yeah.
But it turns out it was actually specifically for Moff Gideon. And, like, that Imperial spy has that conversation with Moff Gideon to, like, tip him off or whatever. So, like, that was the connective tissue there. And I think they intentionally set it up to make people think like, it's about the Emperor, and then the surprise thing, like the twist there is, it's actually for Moff Gideon and his clones. Now,
I guess that,
I think like the way that they wrote off the Gideon clones like really quickly was kind of lame, and maybe there will have one a surviving clone or whatever. Maybe there were more or whatever,
thanks.
But like hopefully they don't go down that because that's what like the Legends canon was mired in, and it was such a problem.
Oh yeah, everything was clones. But I mean, they were very clear in setting up Thrawn. Like, that's going to be a
correct,
thing.
Yes.
That they're, I guess, trying to resurrect him or something. Because again, I haven't seen Star Wars Rebels, so I don't know how his character ends. But that scene amongst the remnants of the Empire having that conversation, I thought was really cool.
I think Thrawn goes off into like the dark space or whatever, I think, to go meet with at least this is the way it goes in Legends canon, is Thrawn after defeat goes back to his people, but I think they might be trading on that. It goes back to the Chiss ascendancy to try and get their support to bring them back as a force to like help the Empire come back. But in the Ahsoka trailer, which we'll talk about later, Thrawn is in that show, and they're talking about Thrawn coming back. So so maybe there's something similar that he's doing out there. But yes. So that's my input for that, I guess.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And again, like, some of the detail is lost on me because I haven't seen Rebels, which is like a lot of the backstory for some of these characters.
Yeah, neither
like
have I.
Ahsoka, like Thrawn, but I mean, I'm certainly curious, but again, that leads me to how this season ended with there not being any dangling threads for the Mandalorian. I like there's no main villain for the next season. Like, I don't know what the season 4 premiere is going to be.
It makes me wonder if we're going to get that in Ahsoka, because like how we got
Thrawn, you mean?
No,
or what?
The Mandalorian. Like how we got some setup for the next season of Mandalorian in Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah, I wonder if that was horrible, and everyone hated that they did that.
Well, no, I thought people liked it because the rest of Book of Boba Fett was bad, and it was the only good episode.
that's exactly why people hated it.
Well,
It's like, you made us watch this show we don't like that is boring, and it felt like Mandalorian season 2.5.
right.
I would imagine that they're smart enough to keep things relatively separate, because if everything's just going to cross over, that creates a lot of like, that's why people are so burnt out of the MCU. It's because everything feels like a crossover.
Well, but that's
And
the
so-
model. Like, and I don't know if Disney understands that people are burnt out by that or not.
Oh, they absolutely do.
Okay.
With the returns they're getting on the recent Marvel movies.
Okay.
They already, like, especially on the Marvel side, they announced that they're slowing down on releasing stuff for that
Interesting.
exact reason.
Okay.
But I mean, to your point, Star Wars is far more nascent than the MCU. I
Yeah.
mean, the MCU has been around for 15 years. Star Wars is just a couple. So they might be trying to build to that point, to your point, where maybe they're going to start with those crossovers. But I'm not saying that no one can cross over. I'm not saying that the Mandalorian can't show up in Ahsoka for the big final battle, or like have a scene with her for a specific reason. But too much of that crossover makes it feel tedious.
Yeah, and I'm not saying there's going to be a bunch of it, but maybe you get that connective tissue at some point that leads into what the structure or the big bad or the driving force in the next season of Mandalorian would be.
Yeah,
not that he's
I
going to
guess-
get his own episode kind of a thing, but
Sure.
a cameo and maybe like or a villain references like the sector that he's based out of kind of a thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we had a news segment later to talk about the Ahsoka trailer. We might as well talk about it now since we're sort of speculating about both of these shows.
Sure.
But I mean, to me, in Ahsoka, obviously there is a lot of setup of Thrawn, and it makes it seem like Thrawn is a major player in that show.
Right.
It's possible that isn't really the case, and it's like only at the end of the season that he's revealed, because they show other, seemingly force wielders, certainly lightsaber wielders that look like villains
Right.
in the trailer, which it seems like they're new characters.
I didn't
but,
recognize him.
Point being, they could be doing a bit of like a double bait and switch.
Yeah.
Because like Thrawn can't be the main villain for both of these shows.
Right.
Is sort of my point.
Yeah.
And so
That's
it
a good
seems
point.
like Thrawn is the villain for Ahsoka, but maybe it isn't. Maybe Thrawn is introduced there,
Yeah.
but then comes back in Mandalorian season 4.
That's a good point.
There's no way to know until we watch it all.
Yeah.
I'm
excited.
But I'll tell you what, I mean, the trailer looked sick. I mean, again, having only seen the first season of Star Wars Rebels, I at least immediately recognized all the main Rebels characters, which was really fun. And Zev is in Mandalorian in the one scene, which was fun.
Who's right.
The big purple dude.
Yep,
Yeah, that had already been spoiled for me, but it was still fun to see him
Right.
there. But yeah, I mean, it's proof positive that like I don't remember any of these characters' names because I don't like the show that much. But like the chick who wears the Mandalorian armor with the purple hair,
Right.
the Twi'lek, the green Twi'lek is in there. So yeah, that part of it is fun. Kind of getting it. It's sort of like a Star Wars Rebels reunion. And it's also just cool to see these characters in live action, which again,
Yeah.
Bo-Katan was a fairly small character in Clone Wars. Maybe Bo-Katan comes back again in the final season of Clone Wars, which I have not seen. But during the Death Watch storyline in Clone Wars, she was like a side character.
Okay.
So seeing her in live action was cool, but less impactful than like seeing Zev in live action, or Ezra, the main character from Rebels, seeing him in live action. Like that'll be just a really cool thing that I didn't expect to see these characters translate from, cartoons to live action, which also makes me really hope that we get Cal Kestis in live action on something. If it's in Andor I would love to see that character, because they modeled the character after the actor. So it's really easy to do that and not make it look stupid. That would just, again, a fanboy seeing all these universes come together. That kind of shit's really cool if you do it well.
Yeah, I guess the timeline would make sense because, no, that's the Obi-Wan show that Saw Gerrera was in.
Right.
Man, I forgot about the Obi-Wan show.
Yeah, I guess Jedi Survivor takes place, oh shit, I don't know how many years after The Purge it was, because The Purge happened when Cal was still a Padawan.
Right.
So it's been like at least a decade after The Purge is when Jedi Survivor takes place. and Andor is after that even.
Yeah.
So this would be, Cal older than he is in the game, which I believe Respawn said they plan to make a trilogy, which again, it's like Lucas really painted people into a corner in terms of like expansive universe, just with the whole ideology that like the Jedi are gone. We can't have like 30 Jedi that are all hiding. They need to be wiped out. There needs to be no memory of them.
No, I appreciate that
4.
because it means you get more like human differentiated non-Jedi stories about like people who are just people. And I think that's infinitely more interesting than like acrobat jumping lightsaber wielding people that move shit with their minds, you know what I mean? Like I think like I've had enough of that in the films and stuff. I want to do more exploration of your your day-to-day people or like your people, like your regular people who are just fighting the fight,
Yeah, like Cassian and other people from...
Unfortunately, Cassian was largely unlikable, but yes,
and
like
he does
Cassian.
die. He already has an
end.
end.
And he does die.
And that's kind of my point, because I absolutely agree with you. The point is, the reality we are living in is there are a bunch of Jedi characters that were already created that are currently alive during the Dark Times.
Yeah.
Not all of them can live until the end,
right?
But leading up to Episode 4, like Cal Kestis. How the fuck is his story going to end?
Right.
Ahsoka. How the fuck is her story going to end? Because these characters do not exist during the original trilogy.
Right.
And it feels really weird that if they did exist, that they wouldn't become involved. Because as we have seen with Ahsoka, she like essentially created the rebellion in Star Wars Rebels. Like she is one of the founders of the actual organization that was the rebellion.
Yeah.
So seems weird, but there are a lot of talented people working over there. I imagine they've got a plan, or at least we'll be able to find a plan. But yeah,
that's
Mandalorian.
Sent back in time.
Oh God, please don't. But yeah, anything else to say about Mando or
it's
Ahsoka?
It just rocks, man. I'm excited about Ahsoka. Mando's incredible. The fucking I'm sorry. One last thing about Mandalorian. The Din Grogu fight scene with him running around on the little things up there.
IG-11 or I guess IG-12. That was so sick.
When he's running around his like little footstep things, his puppet running around, adorable.
Yeah,
I was laughing my ass off the entire time. It was so fun.
Yeah, I will say, because I'm looking at my notes, the only thing that I didn't mention, which like I'm not trying to be a downer as we finish it, the bummer of this with Mandalorian, with Ahsoka taking place before the First Order, we're already seeing a lot of the setup of what will become the First Order.
Yeah. And
having these shows even tangentially related to the sequel trilogy sucks. Because it just reminds me... No. It's not a detriment to these shows. It reminds me of the fact that the sequel trilogy exists, and that just infinitesimally ruins my good time. Because like, to your point, with the Grogu fight, when he's fighting like the red soldiers, they look like the First Order, freaking Snoke's dudes, and like it almost felt like they did that scene intentionally as a dig at Rian Johnson's fight scene.
Oh, the bad fight choreo.
Yeah, like the famously bad.
That would be funny.
It's like the same characters fighting the Mandalorian in that scene, and obviously it's not the same exact fight.
That would be funny.
Like, his fight when they're going through the red phased walls when he's fighting them two at a time.
I mean, that's
reminded
me
a little bit of the Darth Maul shit.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's so sick.
Yeah.
That show is awesome.
I'm
so glad.
It's a good fucking
so
show.
Good.
Oh, yeah, me too.
I still would put Andor above it just because of the intensity of Andor.
For sure.
And
I would too.
How well they did 3 individual arcs in a single show is so cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, this, for me at least, far and away the best season of Mandalorian, and makes me, despite the fact that like all the threads are tied up pretty much, I am very excited to see season 4 because they can do whatever they want.
Right.
Now. Like the Mandalorian storyline is done. They're back on Mandalore. Like it is what it is. They can do whatever they want. I just hope that we don't get too close to the First Order shit. Because again, it's just
Maybe
just because it reminds me of the movies.
Maybe they help make it more palatable.
Yeah, maybe.
That's also a possibility.
Maybe. That is possible. Maybe it's possible that they just like retcon those movies. That would be the real dream.
That would be incredible.
Well, all right. That'll do it for everything we have played and some of the stuff we watched. What do you say we talk about some news?
Let's do it.
You wanna lead us through? We can get this freaking gazillionaire Microsoft Activision bullshit out of the way.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I just hate talking about it.
Yeah, so I guess like the latest development here, and this is actually a pretty major development, is that the UK is blocking the Microsoft Activision purchase deal.
Well, in
the UK.
It's a specific regulator in the UK.
Correct.
It's not like the only body in the UK that would make a decision on this.
Right.
But it effectively would mean that they wouldn't allow this to happen in the UK and would have to make some sort of concession in order to make it happen.
Yes. The most interesting thing about this, though, is that it's predicated or focused on the cloud gaming market specifically. Yeah. None of the regulators so far have determined that this would eliminate competition in the console market, but they are concerned about the cloud gaming market, which I don't know the numbers or figures on how popular cloud gaming is, but they have some numbers, and they say that Microsoft already accounts for an estimated 60 to 70% of global cloud gaming services because Xbox has their cloud gaming division, and a lot of third parties use their technology in order to support or service customers, gamers with their games.
Sure.
So a lot of stuff flows through the Xbox ecosystem in that way, and they're then concerned that the merger with a major game creator means that reduction of potential competition in the cloud gaming market, which is a what do they say? A fast growing cloud gaming market, leading to reduced innovation and less choice over the years to come. So they're looking forward at this new burgeoning way, a market, a delivery system for playing games, and going, this is going to hurt the growth and the innovation and other things that have to do with the growth of this form of entertainment.
And I mean, it does make sense.
It does.
Like, it's weird, right? Because everybody expected it to be about the console wars, and now you have all of these other IP, and you become far and away the largest with the most development studios. It's just an unfair competitive advantage in the console space, especially with Game Pass. But it does make sense. Like, reading their justification, it's more about the size of the company, the amount of market penetration they have.
Right.
And then the fact that Google Stadia just shut down, officially certainly doesn't help Microsoft in this case.
Right.
In terms of there being existing competitors. And, Sony's got their Gaikai streaming sort of stuff, but that's never really caught on.
Right.
We'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. But, I mean, it's weird. It's still the highest likelihood that this will go through. It's just going to take much longer now. I guess some people were saying it this might take up to 3 years for it to happen now, which is like an eternity in the tech scene.
Yeah.
But the bigger part is there are kind of there are many, many outcomes, but the two most popularized outcomes of this are, one, that they make some specific concessions about they break off one of the subsidiary companies from this, or something along those lines, or, which would be horrible for consumers in the UK, if this goes through in other countries, Microsoft could just say all right, well, we just won't offer your service in the UK then. And that Bobby Kotick had a vaguely threatening comment to that effect of something along the line, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he's saying well, it's a shame to see that the UK, doesn't really want a lot of tech innovation over the next several years because of this. And it's just a lot of sort of, whatever dick measuring between these two organizations on like who's going to blink first. It's like, I mean, not to talk a lot about Succession because it's not relevant to this podcast, but Kelly and I, we started watching Succession, and the whole concept of that show is it's a billionaire family that run one of the largest media outlets in the world, and they basically just use their power for whatever they want, political, societal, etc. They can manipulate the news to make themselves look good and all that kind of stuff. And it just reminds me of this type of thing because this is happening in real life where like Microsoft is one of the biggest companies in the world. They have the ear of the president if they wanted. Like this reaches a point where they become too big to fail. This deal becomes too big to fail, and it just happens because they have the money to just force it to happen. And that's exactly why this kind of deal is scary.
Yeah.
It's because it creates an even larger, where like at a certain point, this company is going to have like hundreds of thousands of employees where like they literally can't be allowed to go bankrupt because it will completely destroy our economy.
Yeah.
Where like this is why bailouts happen and shit. And it's just again, this is the bigger picture that we talked a little bit about in the last episode, but this is the shit that is scary. And you're already seeing it with Bobby Kotick's comment of like not respecting the governmental authority in what they are saying. The response isn't like a sheepish, like, oh, crap, we need to rethink this. This isn't the right approach. The reaction is like, no, fuck you.
Right.
We'll fuck you over if you don't let us do this.
Yeah, because
like,
we have the power to do that.
A corporation threatening like a governmental body is like
it's a bad look.
Hellscape shit. But that's the world we live in. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Oy vey. Well,
yep.
Speaking, yeah, you buried the lead a little bit with Sony's streaming services. There are rumors of a PlayStation handheld. Obviously, this is not confirmed. These are just rumors, but it would be a streaming device, and that's exclusive for like remote play, right? So
that's the rumor, at least. Yeah.
You're not.
It's not a Vita.
Correct.
It's specifically a streaming platform for remote play purposes, which seems stupid.
Agreed. Again, because like that's not the way. It's not the way people should play games, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It is a
like
lesser
if they wanted
way
to make a
games.
Steam Deck, great.
Yeah, exactly.
Like make something where I can access my library.
I was literally about to
play things
talk
on
about
the go.
my Steam Deck. Like this is why the Steam Deck is incredible to me because they could have they have the tech. They have their like little Steam TV box things that you can stream from your computer over Wi-Fi to a television, and it pretty much works. The Steam Deck could have just been that. And this is exactly what this PlayStation rumor is. Basically, you need to be on the same internet network as your PS5, and like the PS5 would basically be doing the heavy game processing and loading lift, and then you would just be streaming it to your handheld device. So it doesn't seem like it would have a significant use case because like you can't really take it with you elsewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And like, if you and your partner are both gamers, you can't, one of you can't be playing your home console and the other is playing even in the other room on the handheld because only one person can be logged in at the same time because it's remote play.
Right.
It's just like, I struggle to see the use case for this.
Yeah.
Short of I have to go take a dump and I don't want to pause my game. Like that's really the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
I guess theoretically, like if you only have one TV,
but I will say,
like
because with remote play, you can be on a different network. You have to pair them while they are on the same network, but then you can go off to a different Wi-Fi and it'll like connect that way. Because remember, I visited you that one time with my Vita, and I tried to remote play, and it was awful because I was like across the entire country. So that was like not ideal or whatever, but I assume, connections would be better with less long distance. But that makes more sense to me than what this rumor, some of the details on the rumor are, because like if you can't really leave your house with this, then why is it a handheld device?
Right.
And like what is really the use case of the point?
And again, it's all rumors.
Yeah.
There is also a rumor that Sony's going to do their big showcase not in June, but in May. So it's possible whatever this is will be revealed before our next episode, so we'll just see what happens.
Yeah.
I will say, like, I think one of the other interesting components of this, which could be related to the handheld, could just be broader strategy,
I think this makes sense.
That, like, Sony has been making more moves in the cloud gaming space. I guess they've been hiring for a bunch of, like, technical positions over this and some leadership positions. And, like, I don't know if this is specific to their, what is it, PS Now? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's specific to that service or a new type of service, or if it's more broadening the scope of their Game Pass competitor, which their whole structure there is just atrocious.
Right.
But, like, there's not specific, they haven't made specific announcements about it, but that makes sense. It is interesting when you see that this UK regulator is shutting down the Microsoft Activision deal in a large part because of a lack of competition for cloud gaming. And then now you have Sony trying to make some moves there. Like, I wonder if they at least pivot their, like, public facing strategy to, like, not emphasize it as much.
Right.
Because if they make a big stink about it, that's good defense for Microsoft to be like, see, there is other stuff happening.
Right.
Our primary competitor is going into this space, and we're not stopping them from doing that. So I'll be curious to see, like, Jim Ryan in particular, his reaction to a lot of this, and if they maybe change
for sure
some of what the PR that's happening.
Yeah. Tell us, speaking of, like, a potential state of play or stream coming up in May or June, why don't you take this next one?
Yeah. I guess this was it was this past month, a couple weeks ago. They did a state of play, Sony did, specific for Final Fantasy XVI. It's a relatively long, pretty deep dive look, a lot of detail on the combat, the story, the characters, sort of like the actual character development, both in the story as well as, like, how you're building your character in a buildcraft perspective. And I don't know, man. Where are you on Final Fantasy stuff?
This is so far from the type of Final Fantasy experience that I'm looking for. I absolutely no agree. Interest.
Like, it looks cool, both in, like, the visual style of it, as well as, like, it looks like a solid video game, and the combat seems over the top in an engaging way, in a very, like, Devil May Cry style way. But, like, this isn't what I want at all.
Right. I want
Final Fantasy game.
I want turn-based
just
sphere grid, which is why I keep playing Final Fantasy X over and over again.
Not even that, but anything. Like, I loved the Gambit system in Final Fantasy XII. I love the Paradigm system in Final Fantasy XIII. Like, there are plenty of other approaches to combat that meld the real-time and the strategic. Even, hell, the Final Fantasy VII Remake combat, that was all real-time, but, like, you had an ATB gauge and a lot more. Like, this is just an action game. Just with RPG shit and a Final Fantasy story.
Yeah.
Like,
they've come out and said, like, the creator has come out and said, like, this is the fucking direction we're going in because this is what kids like. So
this is more, it broadens our appeal, which, like, yeah, it does, but it also homogenizes.
Yeah. And makes
the game.
It does not broaden your appeal.
Well, it broadens your potential reach in the type of person that would buy your game. Yeah. But again, like, there's way more competitors because everyone's fucking doing that.
Yeah,
like,
it ostracizes your loyal fan base too.
In the state of play, he literally said this is the first true action RPG in the series. And as soon as he said that, I was like, man.
Yep.
No, like, not. It's like
literally no fans of Final Fantasy are asking for this.
And it looks like a better version of Final Fantasy 15, which, good. I'm glad it looks better than Final Fantasy 15, but I didn't want Final Fantasy 15.
Right.
Like, I don't want, this, it seems like it's got more condensed areas and stuff than just the huge open map that Final Fantasy 15 did. But, like, it just, I don't know, dude. It bummed me out. There's a lot of elements that seem cool.
Do not plan on getting or playing this video game.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the fence. Like, this is not a must play for me for sure.
Yeah.
This goes in my blue maybe tier. But I will say, on the positive side, from what we've seen, the music is amazing, as expected.
Sure.
But I did notice in the trailer, maybe it's just because it's the trailer stuff and it's live gameplay stuff, like, the clanking of the armor and the footsteps while he's running is like so over mixed. It's so loud. If you don't know what I'm talking about, like go pull up the YouTube video, folks at home, and just listen to the character when he's running. It is obtrusively loud. It like hurt my brain. It's too loud. But like I think graphically it looks extremely impressive from a fidelity perspective. It's not doing anything creatively that feels any different than other Final Fantasies. Like it's a stupid over the top Final Fantasy world.
Yeah, like that's I don't know, but I got really boilerplate environment vibes from it, like, and that was a lot of my problem with Final Fantasy 15 as well. Is this looks like a terrain generator that you bought in Unreal, and it populated this stuff, and it just looks like real world terrain. Like, but like, the fun thing of Final Fantasy is like it has these these fantastical elements in the terrain and stuff. Classic Final Fantasy does. And this like flora and fauna that are interesting and new, and it's like there's some palm trees over here. They're just palm trees. Yep. I mean, like they're not cool or interesting or different. It's like just fucking. It's like they use Speed Tree and like, come on, man.
Yeah. Final Fantasy 13 did feel a little bit that way because it was so. It was like cyberpunk aesthetic almost, like really technological, and there's a lot on the airships, and a lot of the environments felt very generic.
I think that started in 13.
Hell, dude, the environments in Final Fantasy 12 were amazing. Yeah. So varied. Yeah. I mean, hopefully there's more that we just haven't seen in terms of variety, but it also would make sense with their whole like we're trying to dumb down the fantasy aspects to be more appealing to a general gamer. Right. That maybe there isn't going to be as much wild shit. Although the like icon things are that stupid over the top Final Fantasy goodness that has been around. And like they don't look fun, the icon battles, but like at least it's different. It looks like a big monster versus monster, like a kaiju fighting game. when it's the icons fighting, and then there's like on rails QTE shit happening that I wrote down. It reminded me of Azura's Wrath for anyone's that's played that game, which is like you barely play it. It's mostly just a bunch of particle effects and big things hitting each other.
It just makes me think of Kingdom Hearts 3 and like those like the Disney ride attack things where like you barely have to fucking play that game. It's such a fucking bummer. Like, ugh, anyways,
it did not do a ton for me. No. I'll also say, by way of transition here, not to steal your thunder, but I do think it does tie in well to Immortals of Aveum. Aveum? Who cares? Because it's a horrible name. And this game was revealed because I had seen the reveal of this prior. Maybe it was Summer Games Fest or something last year, but I had seen a trailer for this game. But this was like the big unveiling of actual gameplay, story character shit. Yeah. And it looks a lot like Final Fantasy XVI and the aesthetic of it. Right. A bunch of crazy colors and explosions and crystals and all that good stuff. But it's a first-person shooter, but you do magic.
Right, with your hands in a very Doctor Strange-like way.
Sure, yeah. I from specifically for a video game, it reminded me of Ghostwire Tokyo in like where it's like a shooter, but you're shooting magic. Yeah. And the aesthetic of it and the like over the top magic stuff, it just, to me, it's like Forspoken, but the visual presence of Ghostwire Tokyo and gameplay of Ghostwire Tokyo, which not two amazing games to put together in comparison, but those are just the most recent examples. I'm not saying this game will be just those two things. I will say, though, that the main character has the same fucking quip engine bullshit. Like, the tone of this game seems so self-serious, and then he's, like, making jokes about everything. It makes me want to punch a hole through my computer
I don't understand,
I'm so sick of it.
If you're making this game, how do you feel good about that?
Because, dude, that is the younger generation. This isn't intended to be a get off my lawn thing. Because this happens every generation. Every younger generation is different than the one that came before it. And this is their personality. The TikTok generation. This is how they act and how they talk. The dudes that are like
nightmare.
16, they have their stupid fucking fluffy hair, and they like everything is like no cap, bro. Like it's awful, 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 awful. And that they're making games for those people. They're not making games for people in their mid-30s. Unfortunately,
this hurts me. But we have all the money.
Yeah,
they don't have fucking money.
Yeah, but their parents will buy them whatever they want, just like ours did.
God damn
we didn't
it.
have money when we were that age, but we still played all the games because we asked our parents to get them and they got them.
God damn it.
Yeah, this is what happens. This is what happens with every hobby as you get older.
This fucking feels horrible. You've made me feel terrible. There's still plenty of games.
Look, man, there's still plenty of things that
Final Fantasy's not fun anymore. Everything is a quit machine. Fucking burn it all down.
But we talked about this last episode too, right? Like, or maybe it was the one before that. The just overall homogenization and like the risk averse nature of the industry and this contraction that we always see where a new style of thing happens. And so everybody tries to do that. And then a new style of thing happens and everybody tries to do that.
Yeah, it's just a shame that I haven't liked any of the contraction styles in the past decade.
Sure. No,
it's a fucking shame.
I will say this though about Immortals of Aveum, the actual like gameplay
seems all right,
potentially interesting.
Yeah, it seems all right.
There's not enough feedback happening in the trailers. Like this was a game I need a UI. I need to see what spells I am casting in a trailer in order to like, because it just looks like I'm shooting a bunch of like fucking brightly colored jizz at every enemy. Like and it just. Everything is just exploding in green and blue, and none of it makes sense. Like, I need more tactile understanding of what is happening. Assuming that exists and does help, the combat seems fun. Like, it looks cool.
Yeah.
All the other wrappings, who the hell knows? Because the story and the world seem extremely generic.
Right.
The main character seems annoying. So, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, all those other things aside, though, it looks pretty good.
But I mean, the gameplay is the number one part of it. It's also worth, like, not that I'm giving EA credit out of hand, but, like, this is a new IP.
Right.
And a huge AAA game. Like, that shit does not happen very often anymore. So that at least is nice.
So I hope it's at least a hit.
Well, I hope it's a hit if it's good.
I feel like that was assumed in it being a hit,
right.
Was that it was good.
Yeah, hopefully it does well and succeeds and is fun.
On its own merits.
So more people do it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Speaking of games that probably won't succeed.
Dude, I keep thinking back to last episode when we had this like block of news that was like a bunch of positive, fun things, and we ended up making them all negative.
Yeah.
And I'm just like looking through like most of these news stories, and all of them are like things we just dunk on. We set ourselves up for this. I
will say you
Shea
mostly
and Kyle
populated
hate
this
everything.
one.
Well, still, it's mostly it's mostly like negative things to talk about.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. There's a lot of bad stuff going on, so
It's true. That's true.
Suicide Squad was pushed to 2024, which is a good thing because it could fucking use the time. It was rumored to be pushed back to September. That's what we talked about last episode. The new official date is February 2nd of 2024.
Which is longer. That's a longer amount of time.
Yeah,
that's
I think it's
almost a year away.
Yeah. What's going to happen is they're going to spend all these extra resources and money and time on development on this thing to try and salvage it based on all the negative reactions, even though that's not what they're saying they're doing. But that's definitely what they're doing. But in the end, it's just going to end up feeling like they stripped something out and something is just missing. Yeah. Instead of just being bad, it will feel like something is missing.
Gotham Knights, anyone?
Yeah.
We're very clearly that game.
It was supposed to be a live service
from
game.
The same publisher.
Yeah.
That's exactly the route that this seems to be going.
Totally.
Just in a more public fashion than Gotham Knights was.
Yeah. So they're saying it's for polish and not from feedback to the showcase, but that's fucking horseshit. So hopefully they're doing some revisiting of the moment-to-moment gameplay that involves mostly guns instead of powers, which would be the fun thing.
Or at least like some kind of differentiation between the characters.
Yeah, other than type of gun.
Different types of weapons they can use. Yeah, but that doesn't even exist. From what we saw in the trailer, any character can use any gun.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the famous Miyamoto quote that, you know, a rushed game is bad, but a delayed game can be good, or whatever it is. Like, this could go that route, right? Like, I'm not saying I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, but delaying this game is absolutely better than releasing it in its current state.
Agreed.
So regardless of whether or not it becomes good enough to be good, or if it turns into another Gotham Knights, it remains to be seen.
Well, yes. So also,
this is something.
When we say better, we mean for players. This could end up being a horrible decision for the company that is making the game, because they are investing a lot more money into the development of this thing.
By giving like another 9 months of development.
Yeah, that's all those people they have to keep paying. So, yeah.
Well, and if they change the monetization structure too, like, there's a good potential that they could make less money there. But the opposite is also true, where if they retool some of the systems, people aren't pissed about the gameplay structure, you could sell way more copies, because at the end of the day, like, this could have gone the Marvel's Avengers route, where even if you monetize it to hell, the fact that you monetize it to hell means no one wants to fucking buy it.
Exactly.
So it fails.
Yeah.
You need players to play your game in order to make money off of them, and that seems to be something that publishers are not thinking about. Like, you need to make a good video game first, and then figure out how to monetize it after the fact.
Not possible, as we will see in this next story about Redfall. Not possible to make a good game. There have been a lot of bad stuff, a lot of bad things coming out about Redfall, one of them being the DRM. They're using de novo DRM, which has been known to cause a lot of issues on people's various systems, a lot of problems with de novo.
I can't tell you a single other kind or brand of DRM, but I know de novo a ton because of what a bad reputation it has.
Yes, absolutely. It is always online, even when you're just playing single player. Apparently, they're considering patching this out after release.
They did come out and say, because obviously there was a ton of backlash to that fact. So they have said that they would look into it.
Yeah, this gives me Xbox, no, you can share games backpedaling vibes.
We do have an offline console. It's called the Xbox 360.
Yeah. Oh man, that line will
one of the best quotes
embroidered
in the history
on a
of video
pillow.
games. Amazing.
And then smother him with it. 30 frames per second with no performance mode at launch.
Yikes.
Also, game doesn't look that great. The visual style does not seem like it would necessitate 30 frames per second. I don't know. Is this on console only? I feel like on PC it's not locked at 30.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it's not locked at 30 on PC.
Right. Okay.
But still,
yes.
Hey, Jedi Survivor, as I'm talking about, which not the best example because that PC port is broken almost beyond repair, and the console performance also isn't amazing. But at least that game has a performance mode and a quality mode.
Yep.
Every game should have a performance mode and a quality mode.
We're at that point
That
now.
should be the baseline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And lastly, this is just a little fun nugget in here. When you're playing co-op, only the host's campaign progress is saved. So if you're playing the game co-op and then, your friend can't get together one night and you want to keep playing, you won't be able to. You'll have to start at the beginning if you're not the one hosting it. This is early 2000s co-op all over it. And it's, you know what? It's 20 years after that now, so we should have had that fucking bullshit figured out. It's like
everything,
not okay.
Everything about this game, even and I didn't add it to this news section, but if you haven't seen the IGN first gameplay of Redfall,
it looks so
go
bad.
Look it up. I mean, IGN is infamous, and frankly, games media journalists are infamous for being bad at video games, which blows my mind. But this particular person, there are a million reasons why this person could have been struggling. Maybe they play on PC and they made him play with a controller. It's the first time playing the game, etc., etc., etc. The point is, the end result was a 3-minute gameplay video where it was very clear that this player kept dying because they kept awkwardly editing every 12 seconds. Yeah. And it looks so boring and nothing and not interesting. It's like the worst possible video I could think of to showcase a game. And the whole point of the IGN first structure is they get exclusive access to stuff because they are heavily promoting a game every month.
Right.
And so the fact that this was like exclusive video that you can only see this gameplay on IGN and then it looks that horrible is just like, what are they doing over there?
Yeah.
Like, what are the Bethesda marketing and PR people thinking?
Yep.
Every single bit of news that comes out about this game makes it look worse.
Yeah.
It's like they want this game to fail. It's insane.
I agree.
Like someone has like a vendetta against someone at Arcane. Like some Microsoft higher up like hates the dude that runs Arcane.
They're positioning for a sale from Bethesda. They're trying to get out from the Microsoft umbrella.
Yeah.
So
it's
they're
wild.
tanking the game.
It's so
For
crazy.
sure.
It looks horrible.
Do you want to talk about the next one?
Sure.
This one's cool.
So, yeah. So there's a game called Unrecord. Well, I guess like a demo called Unrecord, which I had not heard of. And then I just saw a bunch of people talking about it looking bonkers. And so recommend you go and just search on YouTube for Unrecord gameplay. And like, I mean, there's not like a ton to talk about here, but it's possibly the most realistic looking gameplay I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's a first-person shooter.
It's in the new
It's
Unreal
sort of like,
Engine.
Yeah, on
UE5.
Unreal 5. And the camera it's basically like a body cam. You play as like sort of a cop detective dude.
Hey,
You've
Cab.
got a body cam, and that's the first person viewpoint that you get.
Yeah.
And just because of like the fisheye that it gives, the sort of clouded edges that it gives, the animations are clearly amazing.
Right.
Like the specificity and like reloading the gun and stuff, the vaulting over things and checking corners. It just like when I first saw it, I thought it was a prank. Like I thought it was a real person video.
I thought it was a
just,
VR
like,
game
people.
of someone's like actual movements. Like that's how
Right,
good
yeah.
the animation seems like.
Yeah, it's crazy, and you can look up some gameplay of people in that in that space, not with this camera angle, and it looks very good with the lighting and all the ray tracing and stuff. But it looks like a video game. It's specifically the way they do the body cam and the fisheye lens.
Yeah.
That's what to me makes it look so real. Like
Totally.
we were talking before we started recording, Kyle. You mentioned like it's moving past the uncanny valley,
Right, like-
where like it literally looks real.
Yeah, the UE5
It's
stuff
wild.
is uncanny valley because you can tell there's something not quite right with it, but it looks so realistic. Adding that fisheye lens filter over it with all the animations and stuff, it just looks real. Like
It's wild.
Yeah, it was really cool. So apparently, like it is a real game that is in development, but there is a demo floating around of just the level.
Right.
That was used in like an earlier gameplay video where you can like walk around. It's basically a UE5 showcase level that was developed and created like basically like an art asset. And people can load up that level and move around it and like look at all the ray tracing on the lighting effects and stuff. But after that, this most recent video was released, and the person making the game has like hired an art. A level designer, a level artist.
Sure.
And so the stuff from the latest video is like a different location that this presumably this new employee has created for them. But it looks fucking wild. Like it's just a cool. I feel like it's a case where like you think the first person shooter genre doesn't really have anywhere else to go. And then you see something cool like this, like, oh, a body cam FPS. Like, that's fucking cool and different and interesting. And, like, yeah, I just want to see how that comes together.
Yeah, definitely, very curious to see what happens here. A ton of attention is being given to this game that didn't exist before, so we'll see what happens. Cool. We talked about a bunch of Star Wars stuff, and it's a good wrap-up to the news section. Kyle, you want to intro this last little fun Star Wars story?
Yeah, unfortunately, this is a TikTok. I do not have TikTok, so I had to watch this video on a website that was not TikTok. It was weird. There's a fake Wes Anderson Star Wars trailer floating around on TikTok that's like fascinating. It uses a bunch of like AI, what looks like AI generated art of things. But it's got like a very typical Wes Anderson trailer narration.
Everything is yellow.
Yeah, everything is like yellow and pastel. Absolutely. Most notably, it recasts the Star Wars characters for this Wes Anderson
And this
film.
cast is, like...
It's hysterical. It's so funny. So, Timothée Chalamet as Luke, inspired choice. ScarJo as Leia, which is hilarious. Edward...
Too old to be Timothée Chalamet's twin, if I'm being honest, but yeah, I could accept it.
You know what? A little glow up and we'll get there. A glow up for ScarJo and a glow down for Chalamet. Ed Norton as Han Solo.
Amazing casting.
Which is fabulous. Bill Murray as Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Of course.
Oh, man.
It should really just be Bill Murray as every character.
Yeah, agreed. It's like the Clumps or whatever that is. Jeff Goldblum as the Emperor, which is, I think, my favorite one on this list. Willem Dafoe as Grand Moff Tarkin. Which
also I noticed in this little trailer, they call him William Dafoe, which I wonder if that's like an AI generated, if they also AI generated the trailer voice.
Yeah. Adrian Brody as Chewbacca.
Of course.
And lastly, but certainly not least, Owen Wilson as Darth Vader. And they even throw in a little like Darth Vader voiceover version of "Wow" towards the end there. And all of these characters have like AI generated art for what they would look like in those costumes and in those roles. And yeah, everything is like a step away from sepia tone, with like highlighted pastel colors and like it looks like a high definition version of hand camcorder recordings from the 70s is what all Wes Anderson movies look like to me. And that's what this looks like.
Yeah, the only big thing I noticed that was missing is no Jason Schwartzman, who has been in maybe not every, but just about every Wes Anderson movie.
Fair.
Jason Schwartzman has to be in this. Who's left? Who could
C-3PO?
Well, oh my god. Oh my god, dude.
The obvious choice.
That's so perfect.
Yeah, it is.
Holy shit.
So like
I mean, now we have to go down this rabbit hole because there are several characters critical to Star Wars that were not cast.
Right, R2D2.
So we've got Jason Schwartzman. I do not know this, but I'm writing this down so we don't forget.
Okay.
Jason Schwartzman as C-3PO, which is just the craziest shit I've ever heard. So then we need an R2.
Yeah, we need an R2. I mean, R2 which, like, can be beep boop or whatever, but
yeah, but you got to get a named actor.
Yes, to do the beeps and boops.
For the shits
for
and
the
giggles.
credits, so people see it and go, "Oh, that was so and so." It would be funny if it would be very funny if R2D2 was Daniel Craig, so he's another Star Wars character you never see his face.
Okay, yeah, I'm down.
That's a fun bit.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, Daniel Craig is R2D2. We need a Yoda. We need a Lando. Who else am I missing? Oh, I mean, it's got to be Don Cheadle is Lando for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going mostly to like the well of Wes Anderson.
Correct.
People.
Yes, absolutely. A Yoda. I don't know Yoda.
I mean, again, just tapping into the Wes Anderson thing would be, well, he's just not a good fit though. George Clooney. Like we need to get George Clooney in here somewhere.
I agree. I was going to say George Clooney as Lando, like setting aside the race thing. But like,
you can't. He's the only black character.
I know.
you can't change the race of Lando.
Oh, who would George Clooney play? Because you're totally right. He needs to be in it.
But you're right. He would be a good Lando, race aside.
Oh, shoot.
I'm looking through a bunch of Wes Anderson movies just to pull out other names.
Right.
So fucking
George Clooney as Mon Mothma, gender swap Mon Mothma.
No, you can't. Again, dude, you can't. No, dude, Kate Blanchett is playing Mon Mothma.
Oh, Kate Blanchett. Thank you. Okay.
Hello. But that's perfect.
What about
Oh, you know what?
It's a trap. George Clooney, like in fish person makeup.
Oh shit. No, dude, you know who George Clooney needs to play? And this would be a change. because in the original trilogy, this character was mostly cut from the movie. Biggs Darklighter.
Yes, Biggs.
So we got to make
Very
Biggs
good.
Darklighter a bigger character.
Yeah, or not.
Because he was,
or not, and it's just George
Oh, yeah,
Clooney
that's
like
true.
for like
He could
30
just be in the
seconds.
scene. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then to that effect, we also need a Wedge.
Yeah, Wedge Antilles.
Matt Damon.
Ooh, Matt Damon as Wedge Antilles.
Yep.
Good pull.
Dude, this cast is just...
Hang on.
This cast is
But we need
off
a
the
Yoda.
chain.
We don't have a movie without a
We
Yoda,
do.
Shea.
Oh, yeah, I know. Who is it?
I don't know. I'm not as familiar with Wes Anderson films as you are.
Well, but it's not... I'm not... I'm, like, thinking of people that have been in a Wes Anderson movie. These aren't... Like, he's got his core crew, right?
Yeah.
He's got his, like, 5 or 6 actors. Because, like, Luke Wilson, we need to find a spot for, because Luke Wilson is in all of his movies, too. Actually, ironically, like, Luke Wilson...
Oh,
shit, because it's
I know. He
Vader.
can't do Han, but Luke Wilson would be a great Han analog.
Yeah, well, he'd be a good, like, Wedge as well.
Yeah, you're right. Shoot.
Yeah, we need Luke Wilson somewhere. Because, like, oh shit, what is this is so stupid. I love this so much. This is so much fun. We have a whole other segment
Yeah, we
of
do.
like this
Is the new
this
segment.
game that we came up, but like this is all I want to do now. Is just cast like the entire every single character. Anyone that has one fucking line gets oh shit, no, I don't want A New Hope. I want Return of the Jedi. What is the name of the Ewok?
Hang on. Okay. So this is inspired. Vince Vaughn as the Death Sticks guy.
That's from episode 2.
Death Sticks?
Yeah. You want to buy some Death Sticks?
No,
That's from
that's from episode
dude.
4
No, it isn't.
on Tatooine.
No, it isn't. That's from episode 2 with Obi-Wan, where Obi-Wan's like, "You don't want to sell me Death Sticks."
Right.
You're thinking.
Oh,
of,
I'm thinking
so
of. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
wanted.
yeah.
I'm
Those two-
wanted. I was
Yes,
thinking of
and
them
we
as
will-
the same person. Yeah, I'm thinking.
We will-
I want Vince Vaughn as the I'm wanted in 7
Yes.
systems. Yes.
I am down because we absolutely need those characters as well.
Yeah.
What? Because it was 2 of them.
Right.
What were those characters' names?
Oh, fucking, I don't know.
I'm not going to be able to. I'm on IMDb. This is not going to be helpful.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to find them on here. We need an Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru.
Oh. Okay.
There
You know
go.
what?
Luke Wilson.
Yeah, Luke Wilson is Uncle Owen.
He's not maybe not old enough though.
Well, you can make him look older.
We've got other good options. Potential options. So we got Uncle Owen, Aunt Beru. What are those fucking characters' names? I'm just like scrolling through episode 4 cast list.
Dr. Evazan is the guy who says
What?
Who accosts Luke in the cantina. He doesn't like you. Oops, sorry. And then I don't like you either.
Dr. Evazan?
Evazan. Cornelius Evazan.
That's so random.
Yeah.
So Vince Vaughn, which I love.
Totally. And then like the other guy is just an alien who grumbles stuff, and the other guy's just translating for him.
But that's got to be somebody.
Yeah.
That can be oh shit. That can be Zach Galifianakis.
Oh fuck. No, we can't do Zach like that. He's got to be bigger.
But at this point, these are just cameos, dude.
All right.
I mean, we could maybe give Zach Galifianakis Yoda.
Oh, that's a good Yoda.
Yeah, let's do that. Zach Galifianakis is Yoda. Because like my mind immediately went to Danny DeVito, who is not a Wes Anderson person, but would kill it in this movie as Yoda.
Yeah.
But we could make Danny DeVito be the main Ewok, whose name I can't think of.
Ooh, Wicket?
Is it Wicket?
Isn't it?
Is that the name?
Wicket.
That sounds right.
Ewok. Yep.
Nice. Okay, Danny DeVito. Because that was Warwick Davis, right?
Correct, yeah.
He played like all of those characters. Yeah. Okay, so who are we missing? Luke Wilson needs a role. We need.
So we don't
the
want Luke
alien grunty
Wilson for Uncle Owen. Not old enough.
He's not old enough.
All right, here's a better
enough.
Uncle Owen. Journey with me on this.
Okay.
Ralph Fiennes.
Oh, Rafe Fine? You didn't even come close to saying his
What,
name.
Ralph?
It's not Ralph. It's Rafe. His name.
Oh, but it's
Rafe.
it's spelled
Rafe
Ralph.
Fine. Yes,
Rafe
yes.
Fiennes?
I believe that is how you pronounce.
Good
his
Lord,
name.
Rafe.
It's definitely
I am
not Ralph.
sorry. I'm sorry, Ralph.
As Uncle Owen.
Yeah, I feel like he would have like a lot of. I mean, or like I feel like it's
something with more like gravitas.
No, I feel like it's too. He could be the Imperial officer that gets like choked out by Darth Vader.
That's exactly where my mind went to.
Yeah,
that's the answer.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Rafe Fiennes. This is like, I hope y'all are on the board for all of this. Shout out ideas at the podcast at home, because we've got like another 30 minutes of this.
Okay,
Ray
Uncle
Fiennes
Owen,
as-
a genuine pick, I think. Tom Wilkinson.
Tom Wilkinson.
If you don't know,
remind me of who that is.
He played the author in Grand Budapest Hotel. If you just Google his name, you'll recognize him immediately. He's in a ton of shit.
Yes, Tom Wilkinson.
Yeah.
Got it.
I
Okay,
think
sure.
that's an okay Uncle Owen.
For the sake of moving forward here.
Sure.
So we need it. We need
Aunt
an Aunt
Beru.
Beru.
Tilda Swinton.
Done. Tom Wilkinson and Tilda Swinton. So random.
Oh shit!
All right.
Well,
So we're missing.
We need Jude
We're
Law.
missing a role for Luke Wilson. Ooh, Jude Law. Hell.
Yeah.
Luke Wilson and Jude Law. We need roles for.
And
We're running
Matthew
out of
Amalric.
roles. And I mean, we're kind of doing full trilogy here. We're not even just doing a New Hope.
Yeah.
So who are we missing? Who else is in like Empire Strikes Back?
The Mon Calamari. Why can't I think of his name? It's a trap.
Oh shit.
General Akbar, Admiral Akbar.
Admiral Akbar. Okay.
I think
You know what?
Luke,
Just
Luke
for shits
Wilson
and grins-
maybe.
No, dude, it's got to be Jude Law. Jude Law's like one of the prettiest people on the planet, so putting him in Admiral Akbar shit.
Hell yeah. Okay.
And then Luke Wilson can do in Empire Strikes Back in the Hoth scene, and he plays a relatively major role in the Imperial side. The like dude who's in charge of taking on Hoth, like that admiral, the douchey one that's in the AT-AT Walker. Yeah. And Vader kills them because he fails. And so that'd be extra funny because it'd be fucking Owen Wilson killing Luke Wilson in that scene.
Ozzel? Admiral Ozzel came out of Lightspeed too close to the system.
Yes.
Ozzel.
That's it. That's Luke Wilson.
Okay.
Oh, we don't have the alien grunty guy to go along with Dr. Evazan.
Right.
So this is like a stunt casting. Like this is like a Seth Rogen, Will Ferrell, any of those.
Yeah, so
who's good for Wes Anderson in that?
Okay, it's the alien's name is
the
alien's name is Ponda Baba.
That's fine. I already have the person, and it's Brad Pitt. Same reason as we did Jude Law.
All right, Ponda Baba.
Spelled like panda?
Ponda.
Okay. Like, we just cast this whole fucking movie. There's no way this movie could ever get made because there are too many A-list actors in it.
Too expensive.
But like, let's just as a quick recap.
But it is Star Wars, so they could pay it.
That's true. But Wes Anderson, maybe his movies are expensive. I don't know. A lot of production.
Yeah.
Timothy Chalamet, Scarlett Johansson, Edward Norton as our primary three core heroes, Luke, Leia, and Han, joined as always by Adrian Brody as the stalwart friend Chewbacca. Bill Murray, famously, the elder statesman of Wes Anderson universe as Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yes.
Jeff Goldblum and Owen Wilson teaming up, representing the Empire as the Emperor and Darth Vader, respectively.
Both bringing
Willem
their own
Dafoe,
sense of chaos.
Oh, hell yeah. Willem Dafoe bringing like actual gravitas to that triumvirate as Grand Moff Tarkin. C-3PO and R2-D2, Jason Schwartzman, and Daniel Craig. Oh, man. And after the loss of the great Bill Murray as Obi-Wan Kenobi, Luke must fill the void of mentorship with Yoda. So, of course, Zach Galifianakis is that role.
He has those stupid fucking sunglasses from The Hangover.
And then a surprisingly sensible pick here with Don Cheadle playing Lando.
Yeah.
Like, that's like a totally straightforward, good casting, actually.
Totally.
And then we've got some of the, the smaller Luke, friend from home and friend at war roles with George Clooney as Biggs Darklighter and Matt Damon as Wedge Antilles. Yeah. The true leader of the resistance and the rebellion that never gets enough credit, just like her actress, Cate Blanchett, one of the best actors there is. And then we've got a lot of these small, fun roles. Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru, everyone's picture-perfect couple, Tom Wilkinson and Tilda Swinton.
Oh, Shea.
We've got...
We missed someone very important.
Who did we miss? Well, let's get them at the end, since I'm doing the recap already. Yeah. And then we've got like the meme crew. Jude Law as Admiral Akbar, Brad Pitt as Ponda Papa, the alien that gets his arm cut off. His buddy, Dr. Evazan, Vince Vaughn. We've got Admiral Ozzel getting killed by his brother, Luke Wilson. And we've got the strangled officer. Did we find his name? Ralph Fiennes as, the A New Hope's strangled officer in the meeting. And then we've got Wicket, one of the key central characters of Return of the Jedi, played by the great Danny DeVito.
Of course.
What a cast. Who did we miss?
Porkins.
Oh, fuck. Not Porkins.
Yeah, we missed Porkins, bro.
Porkins. Oh, shit. Okay.
I almost want to pull Galifianakis from Yoda to give Galifianakis Porkins.
But that's too obvious.
Yeah, you're right. Because Wes Anderson's not about obvious.
Yeah. Because the other one that came to my mind is, oh, crap. I can't remember his name now. The super bad dude. Who's that actor?
Oh, the sad sack.
Because again, that just feels not Michael Cera. The other guy.
Yes.
Why can't I think of his name?
Oh God,
Jonah
Hill. Yes, Jonah Hill is Porkins.
But that feels obvious again.
Michael Cera as Porkins is I genuinely kind of an inspired pick.
That seems like exactly something like Wes Anderson would do,
he's flying guys, there's one behind me. I'm not quite sure what should I do. And then he gets fucking blown up.
Because like Wes Anderson would recognize the meme of Porkins,
right?
But he wants to flip it on its head.
Right.
Like he's not going to go the expected route. He's gonna because someone might think, oh, Jonah Hill would be so funny as Porkins just in that little moment. But so he gives a nod to the meme culture by casting, Jonah Hill's friend and partner in that famous movie, Michael Cera.
Right.
That absolutely seems like something.
Yeah.
And Michael Cera is like pitch perfect for a Wes Anderson style movie in the first place. Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned Porkins. We can't forget.
That was close.
Beautiful boy. Oh boy, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Hopefully that was fun to listen to as we're just like furiously typing. But what a cast. Man, we gotta pump that shit into Midjourney and get some AI generations around that. Like a big poster.
Oh man, I want that poster. Holy shit.
I'm just picturing friggin'
it's like a Simpsons style poster with all the characters on it, but it's Star Wars and it's them. Oh man.
Oh boy.
Oof.
That was fun.
Yeah.
That was a fun game. We do have another fun game.
Yes.
This one is I would say equally mentally taxing. We put a lot of effort into what we just did.
I was surprised,
but this is
yes.
a little more oriented around thinking quickly on our feet and collaboratively, which we just did a good warm-up for.
Yeah, exactly.
So you came up with the structure for this, so how about you kind of walk us through?
Yeah, so this is our potentially recurring segment called We'd Probably Hate That Game.
Perfect.
This is a fun podcast game for two brothers to play. If you're any other relationship with another person other than two brothers, it's not going to work.
Can't work.
I'm just telling you that right now.
Even twins.
Yeah.
Nope. Can't do it with
Absolutely not. Just standard brothers. Ideally separated by about 4 years. And I think you'd have the right formula here. So the point of this game is to come up with the entirety of, well, largely the entirety of a video game, like a pitch for a video game. And we are going to be doing it by going back and forth. Like, we'll start with a genre, then we'll go platform, budget, setting, theme, music. And Shea and I are going to alternate, and we're going to each get to pick. And then, like, the next choice should be trading on the previous restrictions as we're, like, kind of closing in on what this particular game is. And one thing I forgot to put at the end that I'm going to put is the very last thing we need to do is we need to give it a name.
Oh, duh.
Yeah, totally forgot.
Name that game that we're going to hate.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, love it. Yeah, so, if anyone listening has played improv, familiar with improv, the point of this is to always yes and. Like, we're never going to shut down the person's idea to make it fit our own thing. That's part of the fun of doing it live and creating it live is I may be setting something up that I have in mind, and then Kyle takes it in a completely different direction that I just have to adapt to and go along for the ride of his thing.
Totally.
So, we'll walk through all of the items as we go, and then we'll make sure to recap. We'll kind of like recap as we're going to, so those at home can sort of keep track with what we're thinking here. So, since you came up with this, how about you start us?
Okay, so
start us off with the genre of game.
All right,
and this can be very specific, or it can also be super broad. Yeah. Whatever you want.
I am going to go very specific. This is going to be a kind of like a hardcore, realistic driving simulator.
Oh boy. Like, if you gave me 20 guesses on a genre you would pick, that would not be
That's
it.
precisely why I chose it.
Already, I'm, like, completely thrown off of where I would be going.
So now you pick what platform our driving simulator game is going to be made for.
So this is like a Forza, a Gran Turismo. This is, like, not an arcadey, but a very sim-focused style game.
Yeah, and it can be any platform under the sun.
Yeah, I guess, like, platform is a little tricky.
Because things,
there's not a ton of options.
Like things that can go along with that are also like we're talking technology, period of time in which games were made, things like that can go along.
I thought this was like a new game.
No, we are pitching a game and we can drop it at any point in the timeline that we want.
I dig it. Okay, well, with that being the case, like we've got to make this a little bit more minimalist to like create some challenge for us on how it would actually work out.
Okay.
So like let's make this is like a not like an SNES, but maybe it's more like a Dreamcast, like a Sega Saturn sort of era. So right on that cusp of 3D, and trying to make like a hardcore sim style racing game.
Okay.
On the Sega, they're call it the Dreamcast.
Okay,
let's make that
a driving simulator on the Dreamcast. Okay,
yeah.
We are each responsible for typing. We are typing these in so we can keep track of it. By the way, now I get to pick the budget. It's like, what is the budget for this game? And when we talk budget, it's not going to be a number figure. It's going to be, is this a AAA, a AA, an indie? It's like a small startup made by one person in a basement. Like what kind of resources are we putting behind us? Again, we're trying to kind of further narrow the scope of this experience so that we can come up with more specificity as we go. So the budget for this driving simulator on the Dreamcast, being that it doesn't have a lot of competitors, it's kind of new market, new in the field at the time, a novel idea. I'm going to say that this is it's like a 3-person development team. And a new studio. It's a new development studio. It's their first game. 3 people are making it, but they're really passionate about driving simulators.
Yeah, and so setting is next, which is my option, and it'd be really easy given what we've set up here. That's a hardcore driving sim on the Dreamcast, really small team, first game. Be really easy to make it a more natural setting. Because, like, if we're being realistic, that would be the smart approach for this 3-person team to
That's
make.
also way less
but
fun.
In the spirit... Yeah, in the spirit of curveballs, this team, they've got, like, they have a vision. And that vision is a space racing.
Oh, fuck, okay.
So, the specifics of it we'll get to as we talk about the mechanics and stuff, but it's in space.
Okay.
We're in space.
Shit. All right. Okay. My next one, my next choice is a theme. So for our driving simulator on the Dreamcast, made by 3 people, a new studio that takes place in space, a general theme is going to be
I already have. I'm sorry, I'm skipping ahead. I already have really fun ideas for mechanics for this game.
Yeah, I know. Shit. All right. Fuck. A theme is really hard, given I did driving simulator. But no, I like it. Like we said, 3 people. They have a vision, right?
Right.
Driving simulator is just the genre. It doesn't mean that they're not going to bend the genre in some key ways. So I want the theme to be about family.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's exactly what I want.
I figured it was.
That's perfect.
It's about family. Oh, I need to type that in.
It's a space racing game about family, guys.
Yep.
It's about family. All right, so the music.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to see if I want to go expected here or like really switch it up and make it weird. It's a game in space. I mean, music is really important in a racing game for potentially, or I guess I should say, like, music in a traditional game is important for setting atmosphere, for building dramatic tension, for like having specific themes and scores around a location or a character, like really creating that sort of sense of place. But in a racing game, it's equally as important in a completely different way.
Totally.
Which is like, you're listening to this over and over again as you're racing on tracks. Well, I guess technically we haven't decided
if it's
how
open
you
world
race
on the Dreamcast.
Yeah, you haven't decided that. So I guess, I mean, I'm going to cheat a little bit and split these things into 2 because I think that it makes the most sense.
That's fine.
And that one is like, I do want you to have a like radio option with different styles of music, but given that it is space, we're going to lean into, just because it's my personal favorite, we're going to lean into like the synthwave cyberpunk aesthetic.
Okay.
That means like that can be the techno music, that can be electronic music, that can be house music, that can have rap involved in it, that can have some like punk rock involved in it, or even some like metal screamo style shit.
Okay.
But it has that sort of like synthy vibe to it when it comes to the radio options.
Sure. Okay.
I'm also going to like go in a completely separate direction, and knowing that this is a game themed around family.
Right.
And we're going to figure out what like the story and the characters are yet, but we need some dramatic scoring around this. So I'm also going for some like high fantasy orchestra strings stuff.
Interesting.
So the more emotional stuff, maybe it's like the character moments.
Sure.
As we figure out what the mechanics and the style of game is.
Okay.
I really want to lean into like some cinematically scored string music.
Okay. So your radio music stations, that is synth heavy.
Yep.
And then cinematic orchestrations or strings, okay.
Yeah.
As a contrast during the story heavy moments.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we can figure out what the story, like how we approach the story stuff.
Yep. I'm going to do that
yeah.
right now with the opening or inciting incident.
Okay.
All right. So, driving simulator on the Dreamcast, 3-person development team with a fucking vision in space about family with cinematic string music. Oh, fuck. The opening or inciting incident. All right. The opening or inciting incident, because again, we don't have characters yet, so this has to be broad and general so we can fit things within it. I'm going to say that the opening inciting incident is your space car, because that's what we're going to call them for now, unless we come up with a better thing later. Your space car breaks down on your family vacation. So you're on a family vacay, your whole family's in the car, and it breaks down in space.
Okay.
That is the opening / inciting incident. The little bit of drama we sprinkle in at the beginning to set some stakes.
I dig it. All right, so the characters, and then you're going to do the villains.
Yes.
That's sort of the main character, the main sort of characters. You know, in the spirit of this is a driving game, we don't know what the ships look like, if it's first person, third person. The reality is you likely won't see a ton of the character, but in order to build a little bit of that, I want you to be able to design your character, and that's also the ability to choose the gender of your main character.
Okay.
So you name them, you pick their gender, you pick, you know, their height, weight, hair color, all that good stuff, customizability. Knowing that this is a 3-person team, maybe it's like a limited selection of options across each of these things. It's not like a Skyrim level where you're changing the tilt of the nose, but like from you know, a dozen presets.
So you're getting a little into the mechanics area right now, but let's just say like
fair enough.
A user-generated, player-generated main character.
Yes, player-generated main. The point being, like, I want you to be able to create your own main character.
Right.
That's the real value here.
Okay.
And then you've got you know, you have, you know, I guess you're on a family vacation. So your character is a teenager.
Okay.
You know,
interesting.
like
nice curveball. You're not the parent. You are one of the kids.
You're
hell yeah. Driving space teen.
Yeah, you've got well, hey, mechanics. I didn't even think about that. That's a cool idea too. So you're the main character, you're a teenager. Let's say you've got a younger sibling, because that's always more dramatically interesting. And then you've got you know, let's always go for some representation where we can.
Yeah.
You're on the road with your moms, your two moms.
Okay. Yeah.
It's the moms, your character of whatever gender you choose, and then you've got a younger brother.
Okay.
Or let's make it whatever you choose. Like if you choose
the opposite.
Yeah, it's the opposite. So maybe if you choose a gender fluid or non-binary character, it randomizes it.
Okay. I like that. So choose your own main character. The two moms. And then a younger sibling whose gender and identity is randomized based on what you choose.
Right.
Okay. Got it. Those are our main characters. All right. Our villains for this family, which is not nuclear in formation, and I support that. Snaps for that. The villains for this family on their vacation, their space car breaks down. I'm going to say that in order to fix their car, your family is at the whim of a crazy space car mechanic who is holding your vehicle hostage unless you do races for them.
Okay.
So the villain is a crazy space mechanic holding the family vacation car hostage unless the family races or unless the family or until the family pays off the repair fees, which are exorbitant. Thinking Tom Nook here, until the family pays off the repair fees.
You're always in debt. Then they just come up with another debt.
Right, exactly. Which are exorbitant. Pay off the repair fees by participating in and winning dangerous space races. So this mechanic owns.
Well, let's take out dangerous.
Okay, fair.
That we're getting into mechanics, so there are space races.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, we're getting into mechanics here. Why would I assume we're going to be driving in this driving simulator? Let's just leave it at until the family pays off the repair fees, which are exorbitant.
Okay, I dig it. Any other villains? Any like mini bosses? Anything like that?
Yes, other villains are. That's a good point. There is a corporation, which makes souped up space cars.
Okay.
Corporation which makes souped up space cars, and they sponsor races.
Okay.
But
why are they a villain?
Yeah. However, but the races are supposed to be rigged.
Oh shit!
Like professional wrestling.
Well, I guess that professional wrestling is not rigged; it's just scripted.
Yeah.
Like there's no cheating involved. Is that what this is? Is it all scripted, like it's scripted entertainment, or are they rigging the races to win?
They're just
like
yeah.
The other
right.
racers don't know.
You're right. They're just rigging the races to win. So I'll just say, but the races are supposed to be rigged.
Right. And you're there to screw it up, man.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we don't drive in this driving simulator game. No. I don't know. We have to do that. That's established. There has to be driving.
We have to, yeah.
But whether or not you participate in these races as a driving mechanic, I don't know. We'll see.
Right. Well, yeah.
So those are our villains. The crazy space mechanic holding the family vacation car hostage until the family pays off the repair fees, which are exorbitant. And a corporation which makes souped up space cars who sponsors races, and the races are supposed to be rigged.
I dig it.
All right, give us our first mechanic.
Yes, I'm extremely excited about this mechanic. This game sounds sick. During the races, you control all 4 characters.
Fuck!
Like FTL style.
Yeah, okay.
Where like you toggle between the characters to accomplish different things. So like maybe you are the racer because you've got like the inherent talent and skill.
Yeah.
Like you drive the space car, and then like one of your moms is in the passenger seat, and maybe they are arming. Well, I don't know. I don't want to be building a bunch of mechanics here. So let me just say that, yeah, you control all 4 characters and you toggle between them, and each one of them has a different role that they play as part of the race.
Okay. Okay.
All right. What's our next mechanic?
All right. We have another mechanic that I will talk about, and then Shea, you will talk about the climax of our story here, and then we'll talk about a couple more mechanics that we might arrive at post that revelation about the climax of the story. So my next mechanic, so you're toggling between characters during the race, and each has a specific role that they play. My next mechanic is going to be an upgrade system.
Classic.
Yep, an upgrade system. You can swap out parts on your on the space cars that you are driving to pay off these debts.
So are you given a race
You're given
car
a junker.
You are upgrading?
You're given a junker right off the bat by the crazy space mechanic who wants to get one over on this corporation who's always rigging races.
So you have one car the whole way through that you're upgrading and making choices on to like suit your play style. You're not choosing from like a cadre of different race cars.
I think you can eventually own like a space garage of space cars. For different styles of races and stuff like that. You know, there might be like different, we're not going to get into mechanics, but there might be different styles of races. Who knows? But there is an upgrade system. Again, let's keep it to one mechanic. I'll leave it broad and say there is an upgrade system where you can swap out parts of the car, potentially cars that you are driving. This includes, again, let's leave it broad. So upgrade system, we can swap out parts of the cars that you're driving.
I dig it.
Yep.
All right. So I have a climax in mind.
Okay.
In order to set it up effectively, do a quick recap of some of the elements here, right? So this is a space racing game about family, baby. You play as, your character, which you create, but also you play as both of your moms, your younger sibling, as part of this like elite racing team. And and you're thrust into this environment because you're on vacation as a family and your car breaks down, and then you essentially get kidnapped and forced into indentured servitude by this crazy space mechanic who won't give you your family car back so you can leave until you pay off the repair fees by racing in a bunch of potentially rigged space races against this corporation that's sort of running this as entertainment.
Right.
So during the process of these space races, as you're controlling all 4 of these characters, in one of the races, your car crashes, and you, as your main character, has to choose which of the other 3 characters dies.
Holy shit.
So you can save 2 of the characters, and the other one dies as part of the race.
Wow.
And that's the climax. That is, on the hero's journey, that is the bottom of the barrel, point of no return, refusal of call, everything built into one.
Wow.
That's the dramatic moment that happens.
Okay.
How that affects the mechanics, we'll have to figure out.
Yeah. Right now. All right. The third mechanic. Given that you are choosing one of the family members to die, after that happens, you need someone to fill that 4th seat. Because it is not possible. All of the different functions of this simulator driving car in space, you need 4 people to run it properly in these racing scenarios. Okay. So there is a revolving door of potential 4th chair racing candidates that you can hire with different stats for different positions.
Okay.
So that is the third mechanic. So every time you'll go and do a race, you come back, and let's say there's like a bar or like a space bar attached to the mechanic shop or something, and like there are just kind of drifters that come in and out that are traveling, and you can ask them and like look at their stats and ask them to like hop in the missing seat and fill in during the race.
Love it.
But you have to hire them. So again, it's putting you further in debt, taking a cut of your proceeds. You're that much farther away from getting your family vacation car back.
All right. So to that end, and I love that you went that route because, like, again, just proof positive of how this changes it. Because in my mind, like, I was going like a Brother's Tale of Two Sons route,
right?
Where like whatever one you choose, you just lose the ability to do that thing anymore. And so like, hiring that took me down a whole other path because I think what would be super sweet is, well, I guess I want to define that there is like space car to space car combat. That's one of the pieces of this. Okay. And so I guess like just to make it a mechanic, 1.5 mechanics, the different types of people that you can choose have like different, not just different stats, but all, like for the weapons, like one of the people you can hire has a machine gun. One of the people you hire has a laser.
Nice.
One of you has a rail gun.
Nice.
So you can hire people that are, because we have you who is the driver. We have someone who does combat. One of the 3 other jobs does combat. We're not defining what the other 2 are. You could still hire people for those. But the point is, each person you hire has like a different, not just skills and stats, but like a different weapon or whatever the weapon equivalent
Very
would be.
Cool. I like that a lot. And I had a moment where I thought we were drifting with the car combat. I felt we were drifting a little far from the driving simulator thing and into arcade mode.
Yeah,
however,
right,
I think we have set up like
let's make it simmy.
with the stats and the different weapon, like swapping between characters to perform different functions in the car. It's not as arcadey because it is a little more strategic. There's like the space roads that you're driving on. You have to like brake at the appropriate times and do all those other kinds of things that you do in hardcore driving simulators. You have these added layers of complexity with all of these stats and different options and things like that. So I think we can still call it a driving simulator at this point.
I dig it.
All right. Now we're on to one of the final points here, the denouement or the ending. So I think it makes the most sense to if you, and this gets a little into mechanics, but like there could be a multiple ending scenario here, right? Where if you use a particular drifter enough, it raises like an affinity, and they could become part of the family unit going forward, and they participate in the final race with you. I want that to be an option, but there is a final race against the CEO of the Space Car Corp. And it's a one-on-one boss fight race with a super crazy souped up high-tech space car, like what are those called? What are those, like a prototype car that they haven't released yet. And so it's full of all these surprises.
Concept car,
I believe the term. Yeah, final race against the CEO of the Space Car Corp, driving a space concept car, outfitted with the latest tech. The player defeats them in the race, in parentheses, killing them.
Damn.
And
harsh.
The player can choose whether to inherit the corporation or dissolve the corporation. Or dissolve the corporation, and either option it doesn't matter if you dissolve the corporation or inherit. It's sort of like a moral choice for you as a player to make. And there'll be like different, poorly animated Dreamcast cutscenes to go along with it. A lot of like MS Paint art and stuff like that. Either option, though, the family at the time, whether it includes a drifter or not, the family finally gets their car back, and they get to go on their vacation.
So where do they go?
Their vacation to the Galapagos.
Galapagos comets.
No, the Galaxagos.
Okay.
The Galaxagos asteroid belt. Nailed it. And that is the ending. So there's a final race against the CEO of the Space Car Corp, driving a space concept car outfitted with the latest tech. The player defeats them in the race, killing them. And the player can choose whether to inherit the corporation or dissolve the corporation. Either option, though, the family finally gets their car back, and they get to go on their vacation to the Galaxagos asteroid belt.
Amazing.
Now we need to name it. And I feel like this is something that we do together.
Yeah, I think that's fine. There's one other thing that we did not cover, which it's the first time doing this, so there was bound to be something we missed, and that's the graphic style. Because like I kept going back to the fact that like we specifically picked that this was like a Dreamcast game, small team, but like we didn't actually talk about what the game looks like and how that console, that development team would change the graphic style. So given that it would have been my turn, I'm just going to make a decision. Okay. That's me being a good improv teammate.
Fair.
It's just saying, no, me.
Go for it.
So I am thinking of this as a like pixel forward 3D game. So like not like a Sega Genesis or like a
Mode 7
style. I don't know that game. I would equate it to like a Cloud
Mode 7
or
is
a Narita Boy.
Mode 7 is a technology where it's like fake 3D, where it's like a lot of like driving games would have it, where it's sort of like a it's like the original the original Cruisin' USA kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Or do you want it to be 3D?
I want it to be 3D.
Okay.
It's more that like because it's a small team and it's on Dreamcast, they don't want to make it polygonal, which is why they like are going the pixel route. Okay. So like if you look up Cloudpunk, that's like the aesthetic that I'm thinking of visually. Because it's like, sort of voxel almost kind of
ahead of its time
thing going on. But like obviously Cloudpunk is a modern game,
Right.
so there's a lot more going on.
And lighting and stuff.
I'm talking about like pretty, again, because it's space, it can be, not as highly designed
Sure.
parts. But I think even with you picking what your character looks like in a voxelated style, there was still, given that this is about family, baby, and we got some emotional stuff happening, there would be cutscenes. It's not just
wow.
Oh, you know what? No, it needs to be, again, I'm going back to Dreamcast. I'm going back to 3-person team.
I'm just saying, like, Shenmue was on Dreamcast. So, like, cutscenes are not out of the question at all.
Yeah, but I'm thinking more like, I think you can be equally as effective in knowing that, like, if I'm on this team, we got to cut something, like, as one of our ideas.
Yeah,
like,
you're right.
They would take the, like, the Supergiant approach, where it's more static, like, moving images of characters with text.
Okay.
Yeah, no voice acting, text-based, which I know is beyond graphics a little bit, but that's how I would approach that.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Do we want to recap? You want to recap everything?
Absolutely.
And then we'll talk about a name?
Yep. So, it is a driving simulator for the Dreamcast, a 3-person development team, a new studio. It's their first game. It takes place in space. The graphic style is a voxel 3D style. It's really pixelated, with some static cutscenes that have like moving art, some moving characters and things. Theme of the game is family. Music, there is a like radio music with a bunch of different styles, but it's all very synthy space. And then for the more emotional static cutscene moments, there's cinematic string music to go along with those, just to really throw on the weight of those moments.
I'm thinking like what was Blade Runner 2077 or not 2077, whatever, the sequel Blade Runner movie.
Right.
Like they have those like really intense string moments. That's kind of what I'm thinking here.
The game opens with a sequence where your space car breaks down on your family vacation. The main characters that are part of that family unit, you get to choose your own main character who is a teenager in the family. You have 2 moms and a younger sibling of opposite or random gender, depending on what you choose for your character. The villains in this game, there's a crazy space mechanic who's holding the family car hostage until the family pays off the repair fees, which are exorbitant and seemingly ever growing. And there is a corporation which makes souped-up space cars, and they sponsor races, but the races are supposed to be rigged. So you're kind of coming in here trying to win big in these rigged races, very underdog story, to pay off those repair fees from that crazy space mechanic. The first gameplay mechanic is that you toggle between characters during the race, and each one has a specific role, kind of adding to that simulator element. The second gameplay mechanic is there is an upgrade system where you can swap out parts of the car that you're driving. So again, adding extra statistics and different handling and things like that go along with that simulator style of game. The climax of the story is there's a crash that happens during one of the races, and you have to choose one of the characters in your family that dies in the car crash, which is really rough, and that has implications going forward. Because the third gameplay mechanic is a revolving door of potential 4th chair racing candidates to fill that dead character's slot. You can hire them, and they have different stats and different positions. And then the 4th mechanic is that there is space car combat in this game. And each person you hire actually has a different type of weapon that they can bring to bear, and kind of they come with. For you to use during your races. The denouement, the denouement, or the ending. There's a final race against the CEO of the Space Car Corporation, and they drive a space concept car outfitted with the latest tech. The player defeats them in the race, murderizing them, and the player can then choose whether they want to inherit the corporation or dissolve the corporation. Regardless of either option that's picked, the family has enough money to get their car back, and they get to go on their vacation to the Galaxagos asteroid belt. And all that is left is to name this fucking work of art.
Yeah. Do you have any good ideas like to start it? I'm struggling with like getting away from genericisms about like, you know, galactic stars, you know, things like that. Like I'm having trouble coming up with like good a good name.
Yeah. So, being that it's a simulator, the tone is about family, it's a little more serious. I don't think it's going to be like a funny name. I think it would be a little more self-serious, especially, you know, it's their first game. It's a passion project. They really want to hit hard with the name to let people know what to expect.
Because I was trying to come up with like a Fast and the Furious related name, but that started feeling too jokey. Stars.
I wanted to go supernova, supernova something. No, just 2 words, supernova.
Okay. And that, like, we could make that be the name of, like, the racing syndicate.
That's
like
the corporation.
Yeah. Supernova.
Supernova.
I dig it. We made a video game.
Fuck.
Congrats to us, Supernova.
That shit's fun.
So let us know. Is that fun to listen to? Does that work?
Let us know if you would play Supernova on the Dreamcast.
Yeah, also that.
I wanted to do a mechanic, and I want to like piggyback on your radio idea and have the radio stations be controllable on the VMU for the Dreamcast. You're picking your radio stations on the VMU.
Amazing. That's perfect. Yeah, let us know what you think about that. That's something, you know, if that's fun, we can certainly make it a regular thing that we do. Or, like, did we miss anything? Is there anything else core, like, we kind of missed on what the game actually, you know, looks like?
Yeah, do we need to add more mechanics or whatever? Or give us feedback.
Awesome. That was fun.
Yeah.
Supernova coming 1999.
1990X, yeah.
All right. Let's move on. Got a few more things here before we wrap. First being, let's talk about the games coming out in May. We talked about a bunch of games we've been playing, and there's a bunch more games that we'll want to play. Maybe in May or maybe not, as we'll talk through. So on the 2nd, we talked about, you know, this absolute banger that has all the hype around it, Redfall. And then on May 4th is Ravenlock, which I included here because it's on Game Pass. It's like a 3D action platformer. I'm not trying to be a hater. Like, it didn't really look particularly awesome, but it is a Game Pass game. And whenever there's like a, you know, a day one release on Game Pass, I'm always like, yeah, maybe it's worth checking out.
It reminds me of like a more playful Alice Madness Returns.
Yes, it reminded me a lot.
Because it's definitely trading
like,
on the Alice in Wonderland
wise.
story. Like, there's like a Cheshire Cat equivalent kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And it's this other world.
It's sort of like a Tim Burtonized kitty aesthetic. Yeah. And then on May 8th is Darkest Dungeon 2 hitting 1.0.
Yeah.
I know the first game is like really beloved. I've never played it, but the second game, the art style is like way more, because in the first game it was like almost still characters, very 2D drawings of characters, and this has got a little bit more of like a 2D 3D mix in the characters in the combat scenarios. Which the visual style looks really, really cool.
The structure of it is also very different from the first game, like the gameplay structure as well.
Yeah. All right, and then on the 12th, a little game, Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We don't really need to talk about that. Nobody cares. And then on May 16th, Humanity, which was shown at was it a State of Play a couple months ago?
I think so.
But it looks amazing. It's by the Tetris Effect folks. It just looks so cool. You play.
It's very Lemmings-like.
Yeah, exactly. You're moving, you know, mobs of people around to solve puzzles in a 3D space, and I guess there's some level creation parts too, which look pretty sick.
Yeah.
May 23rd, After Us, which I want to call out. It's like a
Journey
indie, like a low tier. Yeah, it's a lot of comparisons to Journey. No idea if it will be good or not. I haven't seen enough of it to like make an opinion.
Right.
But the concept of like, a post-world sort of structure, the comparisons made to Journey and sort of the gameplay and some of the puzzle stuff and just the sort of ethereal storytelling it looks appealing. Like it looks interesting.
Yeah.
Also on May 23rd, Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun, which looks dope.
Yeah.
I do not care about Warhammer games, but this is like
it's a boomer shooter.
An early 90s boomer shooter. Yeah. It looks amazing. It looks
fucking cool.
Super fast motion, very Doom. It just looks really cool.
Yeah, they continue to do interesting and new things with the Warhammer franchise or the Warhammer name. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. And I mean, as someone that isn't invested in the IP of Warhammer, it is a very cool universe.
Yes, agreed.
It's badass. So, filtering the boomer shooter through that is a good idea.
Totally.
Maybe less of a good idea is Gollum, which comes out on the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to dunk on this game so hard. I feel like I have already dunked on it a bunch. But, I mean, it just looks like a throwback and not in a good way.
Bad
3D
stealth
platformer
game.
Stealth game. Yeah, it's just, it doesn't seem to have much going for it.
I will certainly check it out.
Fugly. Really?
Yeah, I gotta know.
Oh, I don't. All right. And then finally, System Shock, the remake, comes out on May 30th. That game has been in development hell. I'm a little worried about what it'll actually be like when it comes out.
It has a lot of positive
reception.
reception. There was like a demo that came out for like a Steam Next Fest thing, and there was a lot of positive reception about the demo. Still a little rough around the edges, but I think largely people enjoyed it and thought it was cool.
It does look cool. I'm excited to see the reactions and potentially check it out. I think it's coming to console at a later date. I don't think it's launching day and date on all systems, but I could be wrong. So our May Game Pass, or I always do this.
Yep.
Game Club, our May Game Club game that if you want to play along, or if you've already played when you're listening to this, you want to write in and give us your opinions, so you can be part of the crew, feel free. But like, there's one obvious choice in May as we talk through all of these things that's like the no-brainer that fits in with exactly what we should and would play, which is obviously Redfall, because Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, neither of us really care about.
Right.
And Redfall looks like a disaster, and we can play it together, and we can talk about it and shit all over it.
Yeah.
Or we can be fucking surprised.
Right, yeah.
We won't be.
No,
we won't be. It's
be.
not going to be a good game, but maybe.
But maybe.
So we're going to be playing Redfall. We'll have some opinions on the June podcast about Redfall.
If there's one thing we have here, it's opinions.
Maybe we'll have played 2 hours of Redfall. Maybe we'll have played 10 hours of Redfall, depending on how fun/bad it is.
Right, yeah.
Because maybe it's bad enough that we want to play and continue to make fun of it. We'll see.
I really want to play Bolt Gun. That looks like fucking fun.
I do also want to play Bolt Gun. That's on my blue maybe list.
Okay.
Legend of Zelda isn't even blue. It's just on my maybe list because it's never going to happen. But yeah, if you want to check out Redfall, it's on Game Pass. By all means, let us know what you think. Would love to hear your thoughts, either throughout this month to talk about in June, or even after that if you're playing it after that. But speaking of emails, we did get 2 emails.
Hell yeah.
I think we got 2 emails. We'll
fair.
talk about that in a second. First, we definitely got an email from Dallas in Austin, Texas.
Reaching back out as a follow-up. Hey dudes, I love the new thing bad, old thing good talk, and video game forums all over the internet have argued the same thing forever. It's a super interesting thought to go through and pick something old and try to bank on people's nostalgia for it with a creative reboot or remake idea. Successes, in my opinion, are Cobra Kai, Mighty Ducks, Creed, God of War, It, Chapters 1 and 2, A Star is Born, and Dune. Or fails, in my opinion, Total Recall, Point Break, Old Boy, Ghostbusters, every Disney live-action remake, which I loved. Yeah.
Every anime live-action remake. There's probably a Back to the Future remake coming out, and I can tell you now that I hate it already.
Oh, me too.
Like, in fairness, going through that list, a lot more successes than I would have guessed, having not, thought through it.
True.
So that's at least interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so Dallas continues. Do you both have a creative reboot idea for an old, untouched IP, good or bad, or have an idea for a remake of something that actually could improve upon the earlier stuff? I love the second part of this question because I saw a meme or something that went around of Can we stop remaking great things and instead remake things that should have been great but ended up being bad,
Right.
which I like totally agree with.
Yeah.
Like stuff that had cool concepts but just bad execution.
Right.
Okay, Dallas continues. I keep editorializing and I realize that makes it hard to follow the email. Dallas continues, it seems impossible to keep the fans of the old stuff happy, but somehow it works occasionally. Oh, and also Dallas leaves their trophy score 339 and gamer score 21,960, almost 22K, because we had asked last time where Dallas was sitting.
Yeah.
So Dallas crushes us both on the gamer score part of it. 339 respectable. Just I was 359, which is pretty significantly above that, and I actually hit 360 this week. So,
Oh man, I can't believe I don't care.
a higher number. All right, so Dallas says, I will almost always check the list after I finish and see if the platinum is obtainable, talk myself into getting it, burn out on the last 90% of the time, and move on. Oh, burn out on the list 90% of the time and move on. Yes, exactly. Me too. Dallas was a 360 guy until I got a PS3 in college a few years later. For some reason, had a weird preference of playing only single-player games on the PS3 and multiplayer games on the 360 once I had both. I feel like a lot of people.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think 360 just had a better party system. Plus, it came with a microphone that you could just plug into the controller. Right. So I think it was. Yeah, 360 was a really good multiplayer system, and the PS3 party system just was not as good.
More casual gamers had 360s than PS3s as
True.
well. So, like, if you're thinking of, like, your broader group of friends that don't play a ton of games, they're more likely to play on 360.
Right, 360 was definitely cheaper as well, so.
Yeah. I sold both in college and didn't really game for about a year, then picked up a PS4 after graduating and getting a job. That's the worst time to try to play more video games after college when you get a job. Been strictly PlayStation since, outside of occasional Steam games. Level 10 on Steam, whatever that means.
I forgot to look at my Steam level.
I know, I did too. And
my
I know
Steam level is 40.
Probably a lot. Yeah, you play a ton on PC.
Yeah, I don't really get
thanks a ton.
achievements though, but yeah.
Dallas from Austin, Texas.
Thanks, Dallas.
Thank you for writing back, Dallas, and for clarifying that you crush us on 360 and are a mere peasant in the wake of my god tier level 360 trophy score. But to Dallas's actual question here, so creative ideas for reboots on an untouched IP or an idea for a remake of something that could improve based upon the earlier thing. Kind of similar question. The real differentiation here is like, it can be either a good IP or a bad IP. Just a creative reboot for an old thing.
I have one that I know you are going to appreciate, Shea.
Hit me.
Warriors of Virtue.
Oh, fuck yes.
The kangaroo karate movie.
Hell yes, dude. That was them trying to take some of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles' lunch, and they did not succeed.
Do that.
But again, man, this is my, there has to be a name for this thing, this way that I am, that, I love things that are in categorical buckets. Like, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were so sick, Power Rangers, because each of them had a different color, they had a different weapon, they had a different style. They fit so perfectly into their own individualized buckets.
I do believe that is called being on the autism spectrum, Shea.
That's
and
possible.
You and I both fall there.
I'm an adult. It's, the last time I went to a person was many, many years ago, and their response was like, yeah, you're probably on the spectrum, but does it mean anything anymore for you because you're an adult? Right. And I was like, you're probably right.
Yeah.
But yeah, that it triggers that, that's my happy place.
I still count my steps
Warriors
sometimes.
Warriors of Virtue is a perfect example.
Absolutely.
So what would it be? What would you do with it?
So I think the thing that makes the most sense is to, and I don't know that this is something that you would like in particular, but I think it makes the most sense to do a serialized animated television show for Warriors of Virtue.
Legit animated or animated like the CG stuff?
I think legit animated.
What's the visual style?
Yeah, I think legit animated. I'm thinking no. Not
like an Avatar: The Last Airbender kind of visual aesthetic. Yes. I guess my mind goes to more anime style because you like that stuff.
But
is that where you see it?
The animated style where there's a lot of animation frames during the fighting and it's all about forms and poses and things like that.
That'd be sick.
Yes, totally.
That'd be awesome.
Yep.
The first one that came into my mind, which may have been whatever, because I don't remember if we talked about this on the last podcast or if it was just a bunch of different Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. Fuck, no, because this isn't even a Schwarzenegger movie. That's the whole point. The Last Starfighter.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember if we talked about that on the last episode, and I wondered if that's why this came to my mind. But just given, like, all of these Space Odyssey things continue to be popular with, like, you know, so over the last decade, there's been a ton of book adaptations to movies about space and remakes, and Dune is another example, like a ton of those style of movies being remade. Last Starfighter, I think, is an awesome movie from space from the 80s that, like, could have been a Star Wars competitor.
Is that one like, does he get sucked into a game, or what is...
Kind of?
I can't remember the story of it.
I don't think it's a game, but he gets, like, abducted and like enlisted into this larger thing.
Okay.
I don't think it was a video game, but I could be misremembering or, like, conflating two different things. But just the space opera, I think, could work really well with just a remade movie of The Last Starfighter.
Oh,
and it's, I mean,
okay. After finally achieving the high score on Starfighter, his favorite arcade
that's
game,
right.
He meets the designer, who reveals the designer created the game as a training ground for developing actual pilots.
Yep.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, I think that would be a really cool, in the vein of, like, modern sci-fi movies where, like, it's centered around, you know, a young kid who gets drafted into this larger narrative, which, like, tale as old as time, like, that's always existed, but it feels like we're getting a resurgence of that 80s era.
Yes.
Sci-fi.
Yeah, it's
with,
coming
like,
back
Stranger
around.
Things and Ghostbusters. Like, that seems to be the in vogue thing.
Yeah.
So I think Last Starfighter would be a cool one.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're right.
Sweet. Thank you, Dallas,
Thanks, Dallas,
for the email and the questions. If anyone's, you know, if y'all have ideas, would love to hear them as well, and we can talk about them on the next episode. So another email, which I think is an email. And I say that because the structure of this email is odd. And, like, when I saw it, I thought it was spam at first, but it's directly related to what we talked about in emails last month. So this is an email from Mike, and it's weird because there's no, like, intro to the email.
Right. Usually it's like first time, long time, or whatever.
Yeah. Or, like, just like Dallas wrote, hey, dudes,
Right.
like, it's not structured like an email. So, Mike, that's not me saying you sound like you're a robot. It's just, the way the email was structured made it look like a robot wrote it, but the fact that it directly tied into what we talked about made me feel like it was a real person. So, Mike, would love you to email us back and tell me that you're a real person.
I think Mike's name is actually spelled M1K3.
That's possible. So Mike writes, are you going to Disney World? Do you like Disney World? What does Disney World need to add to have you go? So I definitely do not have plans to go to Disney World. Everything I hear about Disney World in the modern context sounds like a horror show. The, like, extra costs around the speed passes and the extra tickets and signing up for a specific time to go on a specific ride. It seems like homework to go to Disney World and spend thousands of dollars.
I have a question for Mike. Do you
Yeah.
work for Disney World?
Yeah, do you like Disney World is a little bit of a leading question.
Yeah. What do we need to do to get you to come to us?
Because, like, I would love to go to Disney World to see the new Star Wars stuff. And then, frankly, since I'm already there, I would want to go to Universal Studios to go to, you know, Hogwarts, whatever.
Harry
that?
Potter World was awesome.
Harry Potter World, thank you. Like, that I want to do, which, again, isn't Disney World. Sorry, Mike. Don't tell your boss. I would go to your competitor as well. But I would say, like, answering in binary, again, because Mike's a robot, do you like Disney World? I would say no. Because now, we have gone to Disney World a handful of times as kids. I went when I was in high school because we did a band performance in the marching band. So I got to go. Yeah. And I think that's the last time I went. So I would have been a junior or senior in high school. I think is the last time I went.
So,
I'm old. Like, that was, like, over 15 years ago.
Right.
So, like, in a modern context, no. I have very little interest in going to Disney World because of all of the shenanigans around the corporatization and the money grubbing nature of how they have that park running today.
I understand that. So the last time I went to Disney World was during my honeymoon. We went to Harry Potter World, was our main thing.
Oh man, I forgot about that.
We hit my partner wanted to go to Disney World. I didn't care that much about it because Star Wars wasn't open yet. And we hit every Disney World park in one day. And that was a bad day.
Seems like a nightmare.
It was a bad idea. Well, it was also because my partner only had like one thing they wanted to do at each park, kind of a thing. So like at the main Disney park, we went and we did the Beauty and the Beast like lunch thing where you get to like be our guest, you get to eat like a nice meal or whatever, and really it wasn't all that great. And then they wanted Dole Whip and then to watch the parade, and so we did those things there. We went to the Animal Kingdom.
Dole Whip?
I don't know.
Is that food?
It is a food thing, yeah. And then we went to like the animal.
Makes me think of like something that like that's what Bob Dole.
Yeah, Dole Whip.
Like, Bob Dole. Dole Whip.
We had breakfast in the Animal Kingdom. There's that hotel there that they have like giraffes and stuff in the little like in the middle of the hotel. There's like a safari plot of land, and so all the rooms like face in and you can see the animals all the time. They also have like a breakfast bistro place you can eat breakfast and look out at the animals, and so we got to watch giraffes and stuff walking around while we ate breakfast, and then walked around the Animal Kingdom for a while. We did Epcot and watched like a cool I don't know if it was like Vietnamese, like a tumbler show where they're balancing stuff and doing a lot of acrobatics, which was really neat. And then we saw the fireworks. They got macaroons from France, the France section. It was mostly my partner had stuff that they wanted to do. I was kind of along for the ride for that day. So I was literally just talking to my partner about this last night about how I would like to go back and like pick a couple things I wanted to do, but do it not over one day. And I really do want to go to the Star Wars world, the Star Wars section, and check all that stuff out and like buy a lightsaber and do all that fun, stupid stuff. Yeah, I do really want to do that. So in terms of what does Disney World need to add to have me go, you've already done it, Mike. Tell your superiors you got me on the
Congrats. Hook. Yeah, there's another future customer. Yeah, I would say, honestly, I don't think Disney World needs to add anything necessarily. Like, I don't need a new type of ride or experience. It's really like the thing to change would be the process of going to Disney World. And I don't know how to solve that. But like it really, that is the thing that holds me back from going, is the amount of work it is to go. The other thing I would say that would make me far more likely to go is some sort of like adults only day.
They do that. Week. There's a Halloween. I found this out last night because my partner knows.
Oh, sure.
There's a Halloween thing that's like adults only that they do in October, and like all the villains come out because they don't want to scare the kids for villains during the day, and like they encourage people to dress up and other stuff like that.
I don't mean a special event because I don't want to go when a bunch of the Disney weirdos are there that want to go to a special event.
Shiver.
I'm talking like a day a week that kids aren't allowed to go. Look, these aren't realistic solutions here, but like that would make me far more likely to go as if I knew I could go where
there are no screaming children.
I've got 2 young children. It's not like I don't like kids, but that would make it a far more enjoyable experience if it was just adults.
Sure. Do you think you'll bring your kids to Disney World at some point?
Honestly, probably not.
Okay.
Not if things continue the way they are with how the process works. Because like straight up, I don't want to spend like $6,000 being miserable the whole time.
Right.
Like trying to organize literally by the minute of the day where you need to be and where you need to go. It just does not seem fun. And I love my kids, man, but you know, not that much. So,
hey, look, everyone has limits.
There's so much other stuff that I would rather pay money and spend time to have my kids do than go to fucking Disney World. That's the reality of it. I would love to go. Frankly, if I was going to go to Disney World, I would much rather go with just my wife and I than bring our kids. Right. But I would love to bring my kids to Disney World. There's no way I will unless something changes, because there are infinite other things that we can do with our time and our money that are a better experience for everybody involved.
Sure.
That's just my opinion. Cool. Thanks, Mike. In other, words, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1.
M1, K3.
So, in all sincerity, Mike, like, if you want to write us back and tell us that you are a real person so we can have a good laugh about it, I would appreciate that. Because if you don't write us back, I will assume that this was a spam email, and it was a really, really effective one because we read it out loud
Mike,
on the podcast.
Are you a real person? Do you like real people? What do real people need to do to have you become a real person? I'm sorry. I don't mean that. I don't mean that in a mean way. I'm just teasing. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. I didn't mean anything, not in an overtly mean way, maybe in a sarcastic, judgmental way, but not like I'm not trying to be cruel to Mike.
Right.
Just poking fun at the. Also, maybe if Mike, start your emails with like, hello.
Now look, you just told the robot how to start emails.
Is this AI?
Yeah.
Am I teaching AI now?
Yeah, it's processing our language and speech patterns.
Chat GPT wrote this email.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, here's something that a robot can't do, which is have a banger outro to a podcast.
Fuck yeah.
So yeah, let's wrap this baby up. So let's end with something we don't hate other than an email from our very first robot fan of the podcast.
Right.
But I'll say that today I don't hate Star Wars. I know, like, talked a little bit about some negative Star Wars stuff, but, like, generally with the new game out, Mandalorian, Ahsoka looks dope, Andor was dope, it really feels like Star Wars is back in a way that it hasn't been since before the sequel trilogy, and that's fun. I'm excited about that. I'm glad that there's more good Star Wars now.
Totally. And my name's Kyle. Today, I don't hate being good and feeling good. I alluded to it earlier. Had a lot of bad shit going on this past month, but I also simultaneously feel the best I have ever felt about myself and about my situation, especially in the last 13 years. So feel fucking fantastic, and I am excited to keep talking about video games with my brother.
Well, yeah, it's because we brought the podcast back, right? Like, I know it took a couple of months to get into the swing for you to, really feel the after effects, to bathe
process,
in the glow of being on the podcast with me again. But yeah, I get that. I feel great waking up every day knowing that I get to be me. So someone else getting to interact with me obviously is not the same level of high and endorphin rush that you get, but it makes sense. It just takes a little longer for you to start feeling those effects. So thank you, Brady. I guess I should say thank you because you're complimenting me.
I only had the one beer. I didn't have enough to deal with this.
Well, I didn't have any beers, so that should tell you where I am right now. Okay. Amazing. Thank you, everybody, for listening to the podcast. Thank you to Dallas and to Mike, for writing in to the podcast. If you have an email, you can send it to info@SheaHatesEverything.com. We will read it, as you can tell. You don't even need to write it. You can have a robot do it, and we'll still read it. Because it's content, bro. Let us know what you think of the We'll Probably Hate That Game segment. If you want to hear more of that. If you got specific ideas for it, other things. And write us in about Redfall. If you're checking out Redfall.
Boy.
Can't even say it with a straight face. I'm so excited to play that game with you. It's going to be so much fun. Great. Thank you, everybody. If you have not, please subscribe on your podcast service of choice, be it Spotify, Apple Podcast, Samsung Podcasts. Leave us a review and a rating. It helps just, the discoverability. Tell your friends if you like podcasts where we make fun of you for participating in the podcast and you think you might have a friend or a robot companion. Maybe even it could be a, Jason Schwartzman style, robot C-3PO type friend. Yeah. Where they're sort of in the middle there. Right. Recommend the Shea Hates Everything podcast. And we'll be back on the first Monday of June. We will be talking... I was about to say E3 predictions. We will be talking predictions for all the big summer things. The Microsoft event, Summer Games Fest, all that good stuff. So that'll be a big, hefty chunk of the podcast next month. Look forward to that. And peace out.